Chapter 853. The reason. The reason why he had to kill the mysterious evil king. If he didn't die, he would die, his brothers would die, his women would die, and everything in the Tian land would be destroyed. So he couldn't die. Just like the mysterious evil king, Luo Tian had to kill the mysterious evil king before the mystic emperor could enter the ancient world. They were all the same in this aspect. The mysterious evil king pondered for a moment. While he was deep in thought, the 8 mysterious giant beasts crawled out from the ruins and looked at the mysterious king in the sky. One of the mysterious giant beasts moved its mouth and said, "Master, should we chase after them?" The mysterious evil king waved his hand. "No need. They will die soon. There is no need to chase after them." Then the mysterious evil king frowned, and an extremely elite energy pattern burst out from his body. It spread out like a halo, covering the entire Huashan immortal sect and the tens of millions of soldiers of the mysterious evil king. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Absorb!" So. A large number of martial artists that he revived fell to the ground, and their bodies slowly dissipated. Finally, they disappeared completely. From their bodies, traces of energy light flew into the mysterious evil king's body. Tens of millions of energy light gathered together and entered the mysterious evil king's body. The energy in the mysterious evil king's body became stronger and stronger. Those strands of power were like seeds of power, germinating and growing in his body, and then becoming incomparably strong. Wung, there was a series of energy buzzing in his body. The mysterious evil king burped. "Ugh, this energy is too little. The Tianshan land is the source land, but the martial artists here are too weak. In a month, there is only this little bit of energy. I am so disappointed, so disappointed." He revived these people. In fact, he was planting his energy in their bodies like seeds. In this month, all the energy absorbed by the seeds belonged to him. Now that it had entered his body, his energy increased again. It was a very strong increase. Luo Tian was slightly surprised and said, "It seems like there's only one person left in the Xian continent. No wonder you don't understand me. You're all alone. Other than these 8 demonic beasts, you have nothing." Humph. Luo Tian, you don't even know what it means to be a martial artist. It's a joke that you can become the martial artist of the profound sky continent. What do you know? You trash with a broken dantian. Mysterious evil king's tone suddenly changed. The killing intent on his body began to wreak havoc. Hearing the word trash again, Luo Tian became angry. He was extremely displeased. His anger was growing. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Who's the trash? We'll find out soon enough." "Humph. Do you really think you're my match?" Mysterious evil king laughed coldly. His face was filled with disdain. He completely looked down on Luo Tian and said, "In my eyes, calling you trash is already a compliment. It's your honor to die in my hands." Luo Tian scolded directly, "Stop bullshitting with me. Let's fight. Die." Mysterious evil king suddenly moved. A huge long blade appeared in his right hand. The long blade slashed through the sky and slashed down towards Luo Tian's head. There was black lightning on the long blade. The lightning raged and the sky kept exploding. The Huashan immortal sect was instantly turned into a mess by this power. Luckily, Fatty Lei and the others had left. Otherwise, many people would have died. What a strong power! However, this blade has the power of lightning. Let me show you the power of lightning that I cultivated. Luo Tian's mouth twitched. He stared at the long blade that cut through the power of heaven and earth. Without any fear, he said, "Divine technique! Lightning bird, 3 million volts. Give it to me." Wow! A bolt of lightning shot out from Luo Tian's body, forming a giant bird made of lightning. The giant bird cried out towards the sky, and 3 million volts of electricity rushed up. "Chi, chi, chi! Chi chi chi! The electric current wreaked havoc and continued to crush down. This power, Luo Tian was actually unable to withstand it. His body started to tremble from the pressure. But there was one thing that made him very excited. The Thunderbird was crazily absorbing the power of the black lightning. If the Thunderbird wanted to level up, it had to absorb enough lightning power to level up to become a Thunder Beast. However, although the Thunderbird could absorb it, it would take a long time for it to break through to become a Thunder Beast. Rumble! The Thunderbird was defeated. The black lightning on the long blade flashed with a few sparks and disappeared. However, the blade still slashed down. Luo Tian's brows twitched. Form shifting shadow flash! Humph! You want to run? Luo Tian, in my hands, you have no chance of running. The mysterious Yin King sneered. The idea moved and directly locked onto Luo Tian's aura. What surprised him was that Luo Tian did not run away, but rushed towards him. Haha! You are courting death. Luo Tian moved, summoned the extermination blade, and directly roared, "Shocking blade, cut for me!" It appeared out of thin air. The tyrannical blade, Spirit, moved across the air, directly merging with the extermination blade. Similarly, it cut through the heavens and earth and slashed down. Rumble! Rumble! The blade Qi extended for 10,000 miles, and with a boom, the blade Qi was like an incomparably sharp ray of light, cutting down towards the top of the mysterious Yin King's head. The mysterious Yin King moved his long blade and blocked it horizontally, sneering, "Too weak!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The blade was blocked. Level 9 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Virtuous dragon form. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The power of the 4 divine beasts. I will explode. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! In an instant, he released 3 streams of energy, infusing them into his arms, and slashed down fiercely. He wanted to see how much health the mysterious Yin King had, and he had to calculate it clearly because it was related to whether he could kill him or not. Creak, creak, creak! The sound of glass cracking could be heard from the blade. The extermination blade could not take it anymore. There were already cracks on it. This was a divine weapon made from the skull of the blade River Emperor, but now it could not take it anymore. The mysterious Yin King's strength was too strong, wasn't it? The mysterious Yin King's body slightly sank, which made him very unhappy. At the same time, his heart tightened. This trash actually practiced so many mysterious skills. Seems like I have underestimated him. But he smiled coldly. The mysterious Yin King's body suddenly moved. At the same time, Luo Tian's heart network had already seen everything, and he sneered, "Trying to sneak attack?" Godly Void Mirror. Let's see who will sneak attack who. Chapter 3. Good night, brothers. 3 days away from Mad Bull Mode. Chapter 854. Godly Void Mirror. This was a spirit treasure owned by Devil Lord Xidigarbha. Although the Xidigarbha Devil Lord in the Earthen Rock was only a clone, the spirit treasures he could create were incomparably powerful. The Godriel Void Mirror could definitely be considered a god item. Another Luo Tian appeared in the mirror. He instantly walked out. The moment the mysterious evil king sneak attacked, Luo Tian shouted again, "Form displacement transposition, flash!" So, he disappeared into thin air. The mysterious evil king didn't expect Luo Tian to suddenly release such a godly item. He didn't even think about it and attacked. It directly hit Luo Tian's clone. The clone was sent flying. However, at this moment, Luo Tian appeared behind the mysterious evil king. He sneered and punched. "Sneak attacking me, you are still too young." Boom! Luo Tian used all his strength to punch down. He wanted to know how much health the mysterious evil king had. He wanted to know how strong his defense was. Rumble! Although the mysterious evil king was stronger than Luo Tian, seeing that he sent Luo Tian flying, he was very proud. When Luo Tian attacked, he sneered, Trash like you dare to challenge me. Go die! Before he finished, he felt a chill on his back and cold sweat appeared. Boom! His body sank and his face was filled with shock. 19012 inch, less than 20,000 damage. The mysterious Evil King's defense was beyond Luo Tian's imagination. Furthermore, he didn't even activate any defensive treasures. This kind of damage was too low. At this moment, the long blood groove on the mysterious Evil King's head was also revealed. Damn! This amount of health is killing me. What the hell? Luo Tian's face sank. He had never seen a boss with so much HP. Even if he used all 108 mysterious flames, he still wouldn't be able to kill it instantly. The amount of HP it had was just too frightening. System, you bastard. It has over 100 billion HP, and you want me to kill it? Kill your sister. Come out and kill me if you have the guts. He knew that the mysterious Evil King had a lot of health points, but he didn't expect it to be so ridiculous. How was he supposed to kill them? His damage did not even reach 20,000. How long would it take for him to kill them like this? The most important point. The mysterious Evil King's cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's, so Luo Tian couldn't hurt him easily. Under such circumstances, it would be extremely difficult to kill the mysterious Evil King in one day. But now, what Luo Tian lacked the most was time. He had less than a day left. Luo Tian would be killed by the system if he did not kill the mysterious Evil Lord and level up during this period of time. This was the fatal point. The mysterious Evil King was furious. His face was green as he turned around and stared at Luo Tian. He gritted his teeth and said, "You dog sneak attacking me, I will make sure you die without a burial ground." Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Yo, you were the one who sneak attacked me first. Now that I have sneak attacked you, you must be angry, right? You damn trash. You dare to be so arrogant in my territory? I want to see what else you can do, ha ha ha." Boom! Suddenly, a ball of flames burst out from the mysterious Evil King's body. The flames that were emitted from his body made him look as if he was burning with rage. He grinned and revealed a sinister expression. "Then I will let you experience my strength." Mysterious Een technique. Inescapable net. Boom! The sky suddenly sank, and the blood-red sky seemed to have been cut into a net. A huge net was cast down. It covered the entire Huashan mountain range. At this moment, the mysterious Evil King laughed wildly and said, "Suffer in my inescapable net, ha ha ha." Under the giant net, there was a strangling power. This power could strangle everything. The originally undulating Huashan mountain range was turned into nothingness when it came into contact with the giant net. It completely disappeared, completely unable to withstand the crushing power of this powerful force. Luo Tian's heart sank, and his body suddenly fell back to the ground. The mysterious Evil King laughed coldly and said, "You want to escape? Ha ha ha. Under the inescapable net is an independent space. No one can escape. Everything in the net will be strangled. Luo Tian, just wait for your death, ha ha ha." Seeing Luo Tian desperately trying to escape, the mysterious Evil King could not help but laugh out loud. He was unusually proud. After killing Luo Tian, he would be able to control the entire Tianxian continent. By then, he would be able to devour the Tianxian essence and enter the ancient world. This way, he would be able to quickly gain a foothold in the ancient world. Thinking of this, the mysterious Evil King could not help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Everything will be mine. I will become the ruler of this world. Ha ha ha!" Wild laughter. Loud, wild laughter. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see himself standing at the peak of the martial arts world. He was unusually excited. However, Luo Tian did not want to escape from below. He was very clear that this inescapable net did not have any blind spots. It would also not give you any blind spots. Otherwise, this kind of martial arts would be trash. He quickly landed on the ground and came to the square outside of the Huashan Palace. He landed on a stone pillar Immediately, he smashed the stone pillar with a single palm strike. Under the stone pillar, there was an energy pillar. This was the eye of the 8-front formation. No one knew where it was. The 8-front formation had been destroyed, but the energy pillar was still there. What Luo Tian needed to do now was to fuse all the powers. Escape? The word escape does not exist in Laozi's dictionary. Luo Tian held the energy pillar and looked coldly at the mysterious evil king in the sky. The mysterious evil king was slightly stunned and said with disdain, "My energy pillar? It's a bit late to fuse it now. So what if you fuse it? If your body doesn't explode from the power, you won't be able to fully unleash the power of the 13 energy pillars. Moreover, don't you know that the energy pillars were refined by me? Do you think you can kill me with my power? Trash is trash. Cultivation is trash. I didn't expect that even your brain is an idiot. Ha ha ha." Luo Tian did not say anything. With a move of his brows, he directly swallowed the power in the energy pillar. Swallow. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A huge wave of energy spread out from beneath Luo Tian's feet. His body swelled slightly. His face alternated between red and white, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Fusing 12 was already the limit of his limit, and fusing with the 13th had already exceeded his limit. No matter how strong his body was, it would be difficult to withstand it. Luo Tian's teeth were about to shatter. The power in his body was like a huge inflated balloon, wreaking havoc crazily. His internal organs, mind, and sea of consciousness were all violently shaken. It was very uncomfortable, indescribably uncomfortable. However, Luo Tian still forcefully endured it. Clenching his fists tightly, he roared towards the sky. Ah! Waves of air soared to the sky. His roar was like a sound wave attack, rushing towards the sky in a form visible to the naked eye. However, this was not the end. Luo Tian's brows moved. Level 10 Berserk, come out for me! The first chapter was delivered, Brothers of the Undefeatable Legion. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum Insertion Brigade, the old bull medicine has finished, and the body has recovered. Now is the time to go crazy. Explode for me. Chapter 855. He didn't want his life anymore. He really didn't want his life anymore. Fusing 13 energy pillars was already beyond his limit. His body couldn't take it. But at this time, Luo Tian actually increased the level of Berserk. It was obvious that he was going to release the power of level 10 Berserk. Level 10 Berserk. 24 times the attribute strength. Even a peak mystic Tharch expert couldn't take it. Luo Tian was very clear about this. Otherwise, he would have used it when Di Yan was fighting against Di Zong. He knew that he couldn't take it, so he didn't increase it. But he didn't have time to think about whether he could take it or how long he could last. He only had one goal for his tears. Kill the mysterious Yin King. Ding. Confirm to increase the level of Berserk? Confirm. I can't care so much. Let's kill this guy first. Luo Tian said in his heart, I hope I can last until the mysterious Yin King is killed. Otherwise, God bless me. Luo Tian felt relieved and didn't hesitate. He didn't have time. He couldn't think of any other way. Ding. Berserk level increased. The moment the Berserk level increased, the experience points decreased by a lot. As much as 1 billion. This was the price to pay for Berserk level up. This was also Luo Tian's gamble. He bet that the mysterious Yin King's experience points would exceed 2 billion. If it didn't, then he was dead. Luo Tian was a complete madman. Fusing 13 energy pillars was a madman. Releasing level 10 Berserk was even more of a madman. At this juncture, the experience points were more important than his life. He still exchanged 1 billion experience points for Berserk level up without hesitation. This was even more of a madman. He didn't think about the consequences of doing this. Actually, he had thought about it when the mysterious Yin King appeared. As long as he could kill the mysterious Yin King, The Tian Shin continent would be peaceful. Then his brothers and women would be able to live. If they died, then so be it. In the past 3 years, Luo Tian had lived a very carefree life. He had brothers and women who were devastatingly beautiful. This was something he didn't even dare to think about in his previous life. These 3 years were more exciting than the 20 years he had lived in his previous life. Even if he died, he would have profited. Berserk upgrade complete. Luo Tian stomped on the ground with his right foot and flew up into the air again. He stared at the mysterious evil king with a sneer. At this moment, the inescapable net continued to crush down. Luo Tian sneered sinisterly and said, "The inescapable net is indeed very strong. However, if I kill you before it completely descends, it will vanish into thin air." The mysterious evil king was stunned. He didn't understand what Luo Tian was talking about. He said, "Kill me? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, do you think you can kill me just by fusing the power of 13 energy pillars? You're looking down on me too much. Do you think I'm someone trash like you can shake?" His face was filled with disdain. Luo Tian's face was filled with malevolence and said, "Indeed, fusing the 13 energy pillars won't be able to kill you. Using your strength won't be able to kill you either. However, don't worry, you're dead for sure. Watch carefully for your father. Level 10 Berserk. Come out." Kacha, 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 kacha. Luo Tian's body was like a huge machine that was turning. The speed of the rotation was getting faster and faster, and the power was being released bit by bit. Level 1 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Level 2 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Level 9 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Level 10 Berserk. 24 times the elemental power is completely released. Rumble. With a loud sound, the space around Luo Tian's body continued to shatter, repair, shatter, and repair. The space of the profound sky continent was almost unable to withstand the power that erupted from Luo Tian's body. It was as if the world was about to explode. It was so strong that it was a mess. Mysterious Dark King's eyes turned cold, and his expression changed instantly. He looked at Luo Tian and said, You are a madman. Fusing the 13 energy pillars didn't cause your body to explode, and now you are releasing such a strong power. I don't even need to kill you. You will explode from this power." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Tian felt very uncomfortable, but at the same time it felt extremely good. It was as if he was constantly having sex with a girl. That moist and slippery feeling made him feel good, and it made his underlings feel even better. This feeling was simply indescribable. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved. He summoned the blade in his hand again and took a step forward. Rumble! The space under his feet shattered, as if a piece of green stone was stepped on. Another step. Rumble! 2 steps and he landed beside Mysterious Dark King. He held the blade with both hands, and the blade energy soared into the sky. He slashed down without any fancy moves, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. "Get down!" Mysterious Dark King released all the defensive energy on his body. He stared at Luo Tian and used his blade to block again. He laughed coldly. "It's still the same move. You trash, you can't kill me. Ha ha ha." The blade slashed open the sky. It slashed down. Mysterious Dark King's blade only blocked it for a short while before his body sank down. His face instantly turned pale from the power of Luo Tian's body. "Your power," Mysterious Dark King said in shock. He was extremely shocked. It was the same move, but this time he didn't use any cultivation techniques, but the power was countless times stronger than before. "I'll talk. Get down." The blade slashed down once more. Kwangdang! Sparks flew everywhere. Mysterious Dark King's body sank down once more, and the back of the blade was already on his shoulder. His defensive energy shield couldn't block it at all and was instantly crushed. At this moment, Luo Tian was even crazier. Get down! Another blade! Get down! Another blade! He waved his blade like rain, not giving the mysterious evil king any chance to fight back at all. It was a crazy attack, smashing the mysterious evil king down to the ground from 1,000 meters in the air. One of his arms was already broken. He laid on the ground with his face on the ground, panting like a cow. As for Luo Tian, his hand was bleeding, and the blood had already covered the blade. Both of his arms were numb. He felt extremely uncomfortable, and his bones felt like they were all broken. He was panting heavily as well. Mysterious Dark King, who was lying on the ground, glanced at the sky and laughed coldly. You are indeed powerful, but so what? You are still going to die under my net. Ha ha ha. I told you can't kill me. How can I die in the hands of trash like you? Luo Tian laughed coldly. He glanced at the blade that had been slashed countless times, and threw it away casually. It lost the support of Luo Tian's power. The blade instantly shattered into powder, and the shock it endured was several times more than Luo Tian's. Even Blade River Emperor's extremely hard skull couldn't withstand it. Ha ha ha. Just wait and see. You will be the same as your blade. Ha ha ha. Mysterious Dark King laughed loudly. Luo Tian smiled and said, Is that so? Ding. Target locked. Chapter 2. Only 500 more recommendation votes, and our recommendation votes will exceed 100,000. Brothers, please support us. Chapter 856. Target locked. Luo Tian was at ease. He didn't have to worry about anything anymore. At this moment, he started to get cocky. At the start, he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal much damage to the mysterious Yin King. But now, he didn't have to worry anymore. The mysterious Yin King's health had reached a level where he could be instantly killed by the flame. Immediately, Luo Tian looked at the giant net in the sky and laughed coldly. He walked to the side of the mysterious Yin King, who was still lying on the ground. Looking at his arrogant expression, he said, I hate hearing the word trash. From the moment you said it was your first time, your fate was sealed. The mysterious Yin King was really proud and arrogant. His eyes were still filled with cold disdain as he said, You still don't know that you are about to die. Luo Tian, you have no chance. You will be turned into dust under the net, and I will get your woman, kill your brothers, and absorb the essence of this continent. You are just a stepping stone for me to enter the ancient world. Do you understand? He was lying on the ground and felt like he was still in control of everything. He was very clear. Luo Tian couldn't kill him in a short time. As long as the net landed, Luo Tian would die. Hence, the mysterious Yin King was really arrogant. He looked at Luo Tian with disdain and said, Do you think you can kill me by merging a few powers? Do you think I can be killed by trash like you? Pa! A slap landed on his face. The mysterious Yin King's face swelled up, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He laughed out loud. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, just wait for your death. Damn, I am really angry. It seems like you don't know who is about to die. Luo Tian pointed at the sky and said, Do you see those flames? They will send you to hell. Don't worry, I will let you have a good time. Ha ha ha. Green Lotus Core Fire. Boom. The mysterious Yin King looked at the dazzling flames in the sky. The flames looked ordinary, but each color was different. Then he laughed coldly. Can these flames hurt me? Regardless of whether or not it can penetrate the inescapable net, even if it's 100 times stronger than this flame, it won't be able to harm a single hair on my body. As for you, you trash, you won't be able to use those 2 powers for a short period of time. You'll die under the inescapable net. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian took a few steps forward and looked at the mysterious evil king with a faint smile. At this moment, the first deviant flame fell. Boom! It directly pierced through the spatial restraints of the inescapable net. It exploded on the mysterious Yin King's body. Rumble, rumble, A large part of the mysterious evil king's back was burned, and a bright red number appeared above his head. 50000000. Foot, he had lost 5 million HP. The mysterious evil king's face darkened. He looked at the huge net in the sky. It was not damaged at all. The power of the fire went through it and hit him accurately. His heart turned cold, and his arrogant expression disappeared. He looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away. He looked at the faint and confident smile on Luo Tian's face. A trace of fear rose in his heart. It was a feeling he had never felt before. Fear. He had never felt fear before. The mysterious Yin King was the supreme ruler of the mysterious Yin continent. It had always been others who were afraid of him, but he had never been afraid of anyone. But now, a trace of fear rose in his mind. This trace of fear was like a spark of fire. Rumble. The second deviant flame fell. Rumble. The third deviant flame fell. Rumble. The fourth deviant flame fell. As the deviant flames fell, the fear in the mysterious evil king's heart started to burn crazily. He was getting more and more afraid, and the damage from the deviant flame was getting stronger. He tried his best to get up from the ground, but before he could stand up, he was hit by another deviant flame. He had no way to fight back. Lie down on the ground for me. Ha ha ha, damn it. Running amok in my territory, killing so many people in the profound sky continent, and even reviving them to die again. Mysterious evil king, you are too cruel. Luo Tian said coldly. In less than a month, the Tianxian continent had been turned into a mess. Countless people had gone into hiding, scared to death. But now, countless people looked in the direction of the Huashan immortal sect. Looking at the deviant flames falling down one after another, their hearts sank as they counted the number of deviant flames that fell. 27th, 28th, 29th. As the deviant flames fell, heaven and earth moved. It fell on the hearts of everyone in the profound sky continent. Jade Mountain City. Master, good job. Too strong to become the sovereign of the profound sky continent in just 3 short years. This is the supreme glory of our Luo family, and also the glory of Jade Mountain City. Ha ha ha. I will cultivate with all my might. I will follow in the footsteps of the patriarch. Heaven's Sword City. A smile appeared on Tang Ming's face as he watched the flames in the sky descend one by one. An idol is indeed an idol. You are indeed extraordinary. From now on, the profound sky continent will no longer have any disputes or wars. Ha ha ha. My great Tang dynasty will definitely stand proudly for eternity. In front of Tang Ming, Tang Qingtian stroked his beard and laughed. The choice back then was not wrong. The heavens have blessed my great Tang. The heavens have blessed my profound sky continent. He felt gratified that he had stepped forward to resist the Dragon King. This step was too magnificent. This was something he had never thought of before. Those who had more or less offended Luo Tian or mocked Luo Tian felt their hearts turn dead silent. None of them thought that Luo Tian would become the ruler of the profound sky continent, and that he would rely on his own strength to resist the army of the mysterious evil king. Furthermore, he had suppressed the mysterious evil king to the point that he could not move. Those who once thought that Murong Wanjian was the true son of the profound sky continent had completely changed. The entire continent, whether it was humans, other races, or even the demonic beasts in the mountains, they all had Luo Tian's name in their mouths. Luo Tian, sovereign. Luo Tian, sovereign. Luo Tian, sovereign. At this moment, the leaders of many races knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the Huashan immortal sect. This was their recognition of Luo Tian. It was also a form of submission. As the origin of the profound sky continent, there had never been a person who could make all the races submit to him. Luo Tian was the first in history, and they were all convinced. Ha ha ha, boss is too fierce. The mysterious evil king was completely suppressed to the point that he could not even let out a fart. Brother Fatty, Do you think Boss will kill the mysterious evil king, and then the mysterious emperor will break through the sky? Chapter 3, there will be an update tonight. Can I ask for a monthly ticket? Chapter 8:57. When King Kong suddenly asked this question, everyone's heart skipped a beat. That's right. They all understood Luo Tian and knew how he broke through. If he killed the mysterious Een King, would the mystic emperor break through the void and ascend to the ancient world? Everyone was silent for half a second. Fatty Lay suddenly raised his head and laughed out loud. Mystic emperor breaking through the void. For the past 10,000 years, there hasn't been a single person like that in the Xian continent. Boss, you're too powerful. Ha ha ha. If I were a woman, I would definitely like you. TSK. Boss wouldn't like a fat woman who weighs 250 pounds. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, everyone laughed out loud. Their hearts tightened. Fatty Lay's gaze had never been this sharp before, as he thought to himself, Boss, I will definitely do my best. I will definitely follow in your footsteps. Only you can bring me a hot-blooded life. I will definitely follow you for the rest of my life. Xian Yuanyi muttered these words in his heart. Mystic Emperor breaking through the void. Mystic Emperor breaking through the void. Mystic Emperor breaking through the void. From now on, this is my new goal. I will definitely enter the ancient world. Boss, you have to wait for me. Every single one of them was thinking about this matter. Enter the ancient world, including Cold Frost and the rest. Qinyu replied immediately, We have to enter the ancient world as well. Otherwise, this damned man would definitely turn the world upside down and flirt everywhere he goes. That would be terrible. Everyone has to take good care of him. Sisters, from tomorrow onwards, we will all go into seclusion. We have to get the mystic Tharch to break through the void and enter the ancient world as soon as possible so that we can keep a good eye on him. Tang Tang immediately agreed and said, Sister Yu is right. We must cultivate as soon as possible. We can't let a hooligan like him wander around. Maybe one day he will abandon us. That won't do. The man that I, Tang Tang, have set my eyes on will never run away. The Poison Widow sighed and said, Sir, you're really bad. I haven't slept with you yet. Now that you've made me lose the mood to sleep with you, I have to hurry up and cultivate so that the Mystic Emperor can break through the void as soon as possible. Then I can enjoy the joy of having sex with you in the ancient world. She was the hottest and said directly, Actually, this was also what the girls were thinking. Other than Cold Frost, Yunling and Yunyi, the other women were all thinking about the same thing, which was to give their bodies to Luo Tian. In their hearts, they also yearned to have sex with Luo Tian. To put it simply, they were in heat. Cold Frost and the other two girls wanted it even more. Chen Chen also wants a good man. Brother Luo Tian is a good man. Chen Chen also wants a good man, And Chen Chen said wittily. She didn't know what a good man was, but she had planted a seed in her heart that only bloomed for Luo Tian. At this moment, Cold Frost looked at Li Shuer, whose eyes were dull and tears were hanging from the corners of her mouth. She murmured, Miss Luo Tian will definitely find the antidote and come back to save you. I believe in him. I believe it too. Brother Luo Tian will definitely come back. If he doesn't come back, we won't let him go. Next time, we won't let him on the bed. I'm in heat again, ha ha ha. Aren't you the same, The girls were in a group, very harmonious. Everyone was very happy. Looking at the girls saying those words for Luo Tian, Murong Bai couldn't help but sigh. King Kong patted his shoulder and said, Senior brother, don't be discouraged. Next time, I will definitely introduce you to a village girl. You can't compare to the boss, but you can still compare to the wild men in the village. Suddenly, Murong Bai had the urge to die, but he couldn't say a word. Mount Hua Immortal Sect. The 96th Heavenly Flame. Explode! Luo Tian moved his mind, and a heavenly flame fell like a meteorite, piercing through the sky, penetrating the inescapable net and directly exploding on the head of the mysterious Een King. Continue to be arrogant, you will be crushed to the ground. Who's the trash now? You still want to touch my woman? Kill my brother? Mysterious Een King, don't you know who I am? The 97th heavenly flame. Explode. Rumble. Mysterious Een King was covered in blood in the deep pit, lying on the ground, unable to move. He panted heavily, his face was extremely ugly, and said, Luo Tian, spare me, spare me. I will immediately leave the profound sky continent. I swear that I will never come back in this lifetime. I have a lot of treasures in the profound sky continent. Some of them are even worth some money in the ancient world. In the ancient world, without money, there is no status. I will give you everything. I will give you everything. Please spare my life. In order to enter the ancient world, the mysterious Een King had prepared his entire life. He had slaughtered the entire profound sky continent and collected all the spiritual treasures. Some of them were treasures left behind by the ascended experts. He would bring all of them into the ancient world, but now his preparations were as if he was preparing for Luo Tian. He was about to lose his life. Why would he care about those treasures? Luo Tian smiled and said, Do you think I will agree? Mysterious Een King immediately said, As long as you spare my life, I will do anything. We will sign a contract. I am willing to be your slave. My potential, my talent is the best. I will be able to help you in the ancient world. As he spoke, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Behind this trace of fear was a cold, murderous intent. He was gathering strength. He was waiting for Luo Tian to relax, and then he would kill Luo Tian in one strike. However, his thoughts were completely seen through by Luo Tian. The mind net was Emperor Shinyuan's technique. It was too easy to see through what Mysterious Een King was thinking. Even if Mysterious Een King said something, it was useless. Sparing his life was the same as committing suicide. There was not much time left in the day. If Mysterious Een King did not die, Luo Tian would die. As for the large number of spirit treasures that Mysterious Een King mentioned, Luo Tian was tempted. But compared to his life, it was not important. 100th deviant flame, explode for me! Rumble. Mysterious Een King's body sank once more, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He became very weak. I am going to die, Luo Tian, I am going to die. Can you fulfill my wish before I die? Luo Tian smiled. Mysterious Een King, don't waste your time. I know what you are thinking, and you still want to sneak attack me? Can't you wake up? Mysterious Een King's eyes turned fierce, and he was furious. Luo Tian saw through him. In that case, there was nothing left to hide. The inescapable net hadn't fallen yet, and there was no time to wait for it to fall. He was going to stake it all. Instantly, Mysterious Een King used all his strength to charge forward. He was killed by Luo Tian in one move. It was just that the expression on his face was completely dumbfounded. This move again. Divine Void Mirror. Luo Tian had already used it. Ha ha ha, go to hell. 8 deviant flames explode together. F***CK, anything is fine. I need experience. Give me 2 billion experience. Amen. Chapter 4. This volume was over. The next ancient world would open tomorrow. Old Bull began to recover. Crazy Bull mode began to operate. Brothers, please support me. The day after tomorrow was Old Bull's birthday. Originally, he wanted to turn into a crazy bull after his birthday. These 2 days, he would warm himself up and go crazy next week. Then, Old Bull's birthday wish would be, Brothers, whether or not I can fulfill my birthday wish will depend on you. Chapter 858. No one would be willing to admit defeat. It was even more impossible for an ambitious person like the mysterious Een King to do so. Luo Tian had long been on guard against his sneak attack. After all, he was the strongest warrior in the mysterious Een continent, and once his power exploded, he would definitely be killed in an instant. Luo Tian had to be on guard. So, The moment the mysterious In King was unable to open his eyes due to the strange fire, he immediately used the divine void mirror to summon his clone, while he hid in the dark. As expected, mysterious In King's sneak attack, Luo Tian immediately laughed. 8 strange fires attacked together. Rumble, rumble. The heaven and earth were shaking, and everything around them was shaking. The whole Mount Hua mountain was shaking violently. These 8 mystical fires were the most powerful ones, and their power and destructive power were shocking to the extreme. They turned the mysterious In King into ashes instantly, and he no longer had any signs of life. Before he died, the mysterious In King stared coldly at Luo Tian and roared, "Trash like you, even if you enter the ancient world, you will be crushed on the first day. The ancient world is definitely not a place where trash like you, with a broken pubes, can stay. The moment you appear, you will be killed, ha ha ha. Just you wait. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom." His body exploded, and the system immediately sounded out. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart tightened. The most critical moment had arrived, and he began to pray in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mysterious In King for obtaining 18888888888 experience points. Profound Chi values 1,000,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Mysterious In King's power. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. The system continued to sound out. Luo Tian was not interested in any of this at all. When he heard that the experience he obtained was only 8 billion, his face immediately darkened. F***, it's over, 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 it's too late now. Damn it. Am I going to die? System, you want to kill me? If you have the guts, come out and let's fight. Luo Tian did not panic. On the contrary, he was very calm. There was not a single trace of fear in his heart. At this moment, 120 million experience points was simply too much for him. The entire profound sky continent's demonic beasts were just a little bit of experience points to him. To kill 100 million demonic beasts. Where would he find them in such a short period of time? Absolutely not. Luo Tian's only regret was that he couldn't find the antidote to the soul poison and save Li Shuer. His heart ached. Give me 1 more month. Let me find the antidote. Kill me immediately. I won't have any complaints. I beg you. He didn't know if it would work. All he wanted was for the system to give him a little more time to find the antidote. Luo Tian wanted to see Li Shuer's innocent and lovely smile. That kind of innocence, that kind of youthful aura, that kind of beautiful face. Even if it was just once, it would be enough. But now his heart ached. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I just want to beg her. Can't I even save my own woman? Luo Tian's heart was like ash. He looked at the sky, as though there was a pair of giant eyes looking at him. If he didn't level up Berserk, 8 billion experience points would be enough for him to level up. But now he had no other choice. If he didn't level up Berserk, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the mysterious In King. Everything seemed to be arranged by him. Heaven's arrangement? Luo Tian looked at the sky. What do I have to do for you to give me time? A loud sound came from the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down and struck Luo Tian's feet. Luo Tian didn't move at all. His eyes darkened as he stared at the sky and gritted his teeth. At the same time, Xian's face changed. Her eyes opened wide and she flew out, shouting loudly, No, don't hurt him. I beg you, don't hurt him. Everyone didn't understand. They were all stunned. Who wants to hurt who? What happened to Xian? What does she mean by that? Did something happen to the boss? Wasn't the mysterious In King killed? Who else can hurt him now? They were all stunned, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, and Chen Chen's brows were tightly furrowed, and then she relaxed. Her expression also changed. Brother Luo Tian, no, no, Brother Luo Tian won't die. I beg you, please help Brother Luo Tian. And Chun Chun immediately knelt on the ground. Her eyes were filled with sincerity as she looked at the sky and said, I beg you, I will do whatever you want me to do. Please let my brother Luo Tian go. Woo woo, she started crying. Everyone was even more confused. What was going on? They didn't understand what was going on at all. What happened? What happened to Chun Chun? What happened? Who wants to kill the boss? Fatty Lei was about to go crazy. Looking at Chun Chun's tears, he knew that things had gotten out of hand. And this was something that he couldn't even imagine. And Chun Chun looked at the sky and said, It's the heavens. The heavens want to kill Brother Luo Tian. Brother Luo Tian is going against the heavens, going against the will of the heavens. His appearance is the most heaven-defying thing in the profound sky continent. Every time he breaks through, every time he kills an opponent, it is all heaven-defying. And Sister Xana said before that Brother Luo Tian's fate is out of control and changes every day. The god of fate will definitely not allow a fate that he cannot control to appear in this world. Even if it is the lowest realm, he will not allow it. She wants Brother Luo Tian's life. What should we do? What should we do? The god of fate, the ruler of all fate. No one could escape the shackles of fate. Luo Tian didn't believe in fate. He only believed in himself. Believe in the fist. Believe in strength. The only thing he didn't believe in was fate. And what he said, My fate is not up to the heavens, made the god of fate furious. The sudden appearance of the mysterious Yin King was arranged by him, but he didn't expect Luo Tian to actually kill him. The mysterious Yin King's experience was originally over 2 billion, but it was also arranged by him to be 8 billion, making it impossible for Luo Tian to break through. He couldn't control Luo Tian's fate, but he could control the fate of the mysterious Yin King. Fate. No one could escape. If Luo Tian wanted to go against the heavens, then he had to pay the price. Lightning bolts fell one after another. Luo Tian's eyes became more and more resolute. He looked at the sky and laughed coldly. My appearance makes you unhappy, right? God of fate. At this time he also thought of it. Rumble, rumble. A loud sound came from the sky. An entire profound sky continent was covered by a huge thundercloud. At this moment, Xana landed and knelt beside Luo Tian. She clasped her hands together and said, God of fate, please let him go. I am willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. I will pray for you and do anything for you. Luo Tian immediately helped Xana up and said, Kneel to the heavens, kneel to the earth, kneel to your parents, but you can't kneel to him. Xana didn't move. She couldn't persevere. Luo Tian was furious and directly roared, Damn, if you have the guts, strike me to death now. If you can't kill me, I will F***ck you up sooner or later. Rumble. An incomparably huge bolt of lightning struck down. At the same time, a system notification sounded out. Ding! The first chapter had been delivered, and there were still 3 more at night. Brothers, the monthly ticket is a little pitiful. Can this old cow ask for a monthly ticket as a birthday present? Chapter 859. In 3 years, he had soared from the profound disciple realm to the mystic emperor realm. This was something that no one could do. No matter what kind of super genius it was, they would not be able to reach such a heaven-defying level. Luo Tian was heaven-defying. It was really heaven-defying. He used a lot of time to destroy the profound sky continent, and he was not under control. Even fate was changing every day and was completely out of the control of the god of fate. Therefore, some people were unhappy. He was a supreme existence and could not allow anyone to escape his control. After killing the mysterious Yin King, he became even more furious. He did not know why Luo Tian was so strong. He could not understand the cultivation technique that Luo Tian cultivated, nor did he know how he broke through. He could not understand anything about Luo Tian. So Luo Tian was going to die. Fate was going to kill him. But at the moment when the lightning struck, a loud sound rang out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A power that could destroy the heavens and earth exploded out, creating a deep pit in the Huashan Immortal Gate. The deep pit led directly to hell, and the roars of the evil spirits from hell could be heard, causing one's heart to palpitate. Humph! This is the result of going against the heavens. A voice exploded in the sky, causing the entire profound sky continent to tremble. The voice disappeared, the sky cleared, and the deep pit that led to hell slowly submerged. Then it returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, Luo Tian disappeared. Exire fainted. Fatty lay, and the others rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Cold frost, and the others were sobbing. The profound sky continent was in a state of joy just now, but now they were all rooted to the ground, looking at the sky in shock, their hearts filled with hatred for the voice in the sky. From this moment onwards, everyone in the profound sky continent hated the heavens. This was the first time in history, the moment the lightning struck. Other than Xian, who had fainted, and Chun Chun had also fainted. However, there was a faint smile on her lips, a very happy smile, and she thought to herself, "Big brother Luo Tian, you will be fine." Buzz. It was very uncomfortable. His eardrums felt like they were about to bleed. A powerful force pulled him into another space. This kind of power was not something he could withstand. When he entered the space, he heard a loud bang. His heart sank. Am I going to die? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the full luck passive attribute, gaining 200 million experience points as a reward. Luck value cleared to 0. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Ding! Welcome player Luo Tian to the system space. Several voices rang out in succession. At this moment, Luo Tian was a little confused. A passive attribute with full luck? How come I didn't know that full luck had a passive attribute? Could it be Chun Chun? He immediately understood. And Chun Chun's special ability was the power of luck. Why did he suddenly level up? This must have something to do with her. Luo Tian thought to himself, Chun Chun, don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, you won't be able to forgive yourself for the rest of your life. He put away his complicated feelings. Luo Tian collected his thoughts, stood in a bright and holy space, and muttered, "This is the system space." Yes, a melodious voice suddenly rang out in the system space. It was like the sound of a mountain spring flowing through a mountain stream. It could penetrate one's mind. It was very pleasing to the ear. It was unforgettable. So the system is a girl. Luo Tian was slightly startled and thought to himself, I used to call myself Sir System, so I got the wrong gender. The system's voice sounded, "Welcome to the system space. You have 10 minutes. You can ask any questions." Luo Tian immediately asked, "What will happen in 10 minutes?" The system said, "You will enter the ancient world." As expected, Luo Tian muttered to himself, "Looks like it really is the mystic emperor breaking through the sky, but how did I enter the system space? Logically speaking, I should have directly entered the ancient world." The system replied, "The system you have is the basic version. Before entering the ancient world, your system needs to be updated. During the update process, the system will be temporarily suspended. Of course, the update time will be very short." System update? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He was very clear about the version update. In the online game, once a new map, a new job, or some kind of activity appeared, the version would be updated. However, he had never heard of the system update. Immediately after, he immediately became worried and asked, "If the system update, then will my previous cultivation methods and powers disappear? Or will I keep them all?" Disappear. F*CK. Without waiting for the system to finish speaking, Luo Tian immediately cursed. Doesn't that mean I have to start all over again? System sister, do you have to play with me like this? I worked hard for 3 years, and it wasn't easy for me to obtain so many cultivation methods and powers. Do you think they will disappear just because you say so? Cough, cough. The system sister was just like a human, coughed and said, the cultivation method will temporarily disappear. You need the power of the ancient world to activate it. These powers will depend on whether you can find them yourself. You currently have the power of 2 fused cultivation methods in your body. Why don't I know about it? What are those 2? Luo Tian asked. The system sister said, the power of the divine essence, the power of the essence, these 2 powers can help you fuse and activate a set of attack cultivation method and a set of support cultivation method. You can just choose a great perfection stage cultivation method to fuse with. Luo Tian asked, then what about the cultivation method that I have not cultivated to the great perfection stage? Can I keep it? No. Luo Tian's heart sank. Most of his cultivation methods had reached the great perfection stage, but there were still some cultivation methods that had not been upgraded. For example, Gu refining technique, 9 dragons and elephants, and some cultivation methods that he did not use much had not reached the great perfection stage. In other words, all of these cultivation methods would disappear. Luo Tian was immediately unhappy. Luo Tian asked again, System sister, I want to know how the ancient world can find the power to unlock my cultivation method. Can you give me a hint? The system replied, no, you still have 15 seconds left. Isn't this time too fast? Luo Tian muttered, pondered for 2 seconds, and asked, I want to know how I transmigrated to this world, and I also want to know if I can return to my original world. I also want to know who created you, and why did you choose me? Insufficient authority, unable to answer. You can answer the original world. Insufficient authority, unable to answer. Ding. 10 minutes are up. System update commencing. Chapter 2. Old Bull was still writing, and there was an update at night. Chapter 860. The system update has begun. The voice disappeared. Luo Tian's eyes slightly sank, and a wing sound came out from his mind. Following that, his body felt as if it had been electrocuted, and his entire body entered a state of paralysis. Then a progress bar appeared in his mind. Level 2 system. So my original system was still at the elementary level. Then could there be a 3rd, 4th, and 5th level system? What a pity. No one could answer him. He looked at the progress bar slowly moving, and the idea moved, saying, Open the system. Ding. Unable to operate. Sigh. I still wanted to check which cultivation methods have not reached the great perfection realm, but now I can't even open the system. This is 2F asterisk ket up. Luo Tian felt a pain in his heart. I wonder if my Devil Emperor Xing Tian clone will be erased, as well as the power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline. Luckily, I raised the level of Berserk in the last battle. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. If I can fuse 2 cultivation methods, then these 2 cultivation methods should be the foundation of my footing in the ancient world. I must choose a powerful cultivation method. Luo Tian pondered. The deviant fire must be one of them. It must be the deviant fire. The deviant fire is an attack-type cultivation method. Then I still lack a support-type cultivation method. Is it alchemy? Or is it refining? Or is it engraving? Or is it a healing technique? An attack-type cultivation method was easy to choose. However, it was difficult to choose a support-type cultivation method. Luo Tian did not know what kind of world the ancient world was. What would he encounter if he entered the ancient world? Let's first confirm the deviant fire. I'll talk about the support-type cultivation method after entering the ancient world. Luo Tian made up his mind, and his heart relaxed slightly. Then he thought about what he should do in the ancient world, and secretly planned in his heart. No matter what, I must first find the antidote to the soul poison and cure Sister Shui. This is the first thing to do. Thinking about how Li Shuer had become a vegetable, Luo Tian's heart ached. It was very unbearable. The reason she became like this was more or less because of him. Although Li Shuer was very young and had been poisoned by the Soul King the first time she entered Soul Palace, this was all because of Luo Tian. If he had not turned the profound sky continent upside down, the soul poison in her body would not have acted up. However, the profound sky continent would be completely controlled by the 10 great immortal sections. I also need to know about Shui, Ai's real mother, the ancient king. I also need to meet this master. Then there are the 2 caverns mentioned by Patriarch Huashan and the staff in the Heavenly Dragon Institute. There's so many things waiting for me, even before I enter the ancient world. It seems that the ancient world will be very interesting. Luo Tian smiled faintly in his heart. His blood was slowly boiling. He yearned for this kind of life very much, that kind of brotherly companionship, fighting on the battlefield, conquering the world, and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. He even pursued her in the game. Every time he played a game, he wanted to be the strongest. This was the goal in the hearts of the gamers. Then it was to flirt with girls, do some very awesome, very strong, very cool, very dirty, very violent things. Thinking about these, Luo Tian would laugh from time to time. He didn't know if it was because the system's progress bar was moving too slowly, or if it was because Luo Tian was really tired. But Luo Tian slowly fell asleep. Profound sky continent. Boss, big brother Luo Tian. Supreme Luo Tian. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy as they shouted towards the sky. Everyone's face was incomparably pale. Luo Tian saved the profound sky continent and everyone here. However, he was now blasted into hell by a bolt of lightning. Even the heavens had spoken. It would be difficult for Luo Tian to not die even if he wanted to. Fatty Lei pointed to the sky and scolded loudly. King God, I will not let you off. One day I will avenge my boss. Just you wait. How could this be? Luo Tian saved so many people. Why was he killed? Do we all deserve to die? Everyone was puzzled. Xan swallowed a pill and slowly woke up. The moment she woke up, she suddenly shouted, "No!" Then she suddenly stood up and looked at everyone. Tears uncontrollably flowed down her face. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let fate know about Luo Tian's existence. Sob. Big sister Xener, don't cry. Suddenly, and Chen Chen walked up. Her expression was very weak, but there was a smile on her face, an extremely cute smile. Looking at everyone, she giggled and said, Big brother Luo Tian is not dead yet. He has already entered the ancient world. Hee hee. Don't worry, he's living well right now. Really? Girl, don't lie to us? Everyone looked at Chen Chen, and Chen Chen said very seriously, and Big brother Luo Tian is not dead. Chen Chen will not lie to you. Boss has already entered the ancient world? Ha ha ha. I knew that Boss's life was strong. No one could kill him. Even the heavens could not kill him, ha ha, in an instant. The originally deathly silent Hua Shan immortal sect was instantly in an uproar, and once again became a sea of joy. At the same time, Fatty Lei clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, Boss, wait for me. I will definitely break through the void as soon as possible and go to the ancient continent to find you. Just like him, the other brothers were also thinking the same thing. Following Luo Tian, that kind of life was exciting. That was life. Time quietly passed. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Tian slowly woke up, stretched his back, and heaved a long sigh of relief. I slept so well. I haven't slept so well in a long time. It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Ding. System update complete. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the level 2 system. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light and said excitedly, The update is done. What exactly is the level 2 system, and what is the difference between it and the original system? Wow, I'm really looking forward to it. Then, Luo Tian moved and ordered, "Open the system." Ding. "Player, please choose." Whoosh, 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 a large selection column appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Cultivation method system, shop system, reward system, duo cultivation system, couple system, evil point system. It was a dazzling sight. Luo Tian's eyes were dazzled. Holy sh*T. This level 2 system is way too awesome, isn't it? There's everything here. This has brought the entire gaming system into the system. Luo Tian was grinning from ear to ear. Then, let's take a look at the duo cultivation system first. Just as Luo Tian was about to open the duo cultivation system, the sky darkened, rivers and seas overturned. It was as if he had fallen from a height of 10,000 meters. Holy sh*T. The ancient world. Chapter 3, there will be an update tonight. The old cow is still writing. Chapter 861. Boom! Luo Tian's consciousness suddenly exploded. He felt as if he had thrown trash into a garbage dump. Without waiting for him to speak, a deep and powerful voice sounded. "All of you, stand up straight, you bunch of trash." As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings were in a mess and chaos ensued. "Who are you calling trash? Do you know who I am? Who do you think you are? I am a supreme expert of the mixed sky continent, the strongest existence of the mixed sky continent. No one who calls me trash is still alive in this world." As soon as this person finished speaking, to be exact, he hadn't even finished speaking, the robust man suddenly moved. His body turned into a gust of wind, and with a punch, he killed the supreme being expert of the chaos sky continent. Blood splattered on the spot. The man's mouth moved, as if he had something to say. He was directly killed. This power was terrifying to the point of being a mess. Luo Tian's expression changed drastically. He was shocked and thought to himself, "The undead emperor once said that even supreme experts of the mystic Dharch were ant-like existences in the ancient world. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that they are more than ants. They are even worse than bugs." In an instant, Luo Tian felt as if he had just transmigrated from Earth to the Tianqian continent. He realized that he was too small. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The supreme expert of the mystic Dharch was crushed just like that. At this time, Luo Tian clenched his fists and felt the power in his body. There was not much change. He looked seriously at the strong man who walked back to his original position. He felt relieved and thought to himself, "It's not that we are too weak, but that they are too strong. Damn, this is the ancient world. It's so exciting." There was no fear. On the contrary, Luo Tian was excited. The more powerful the world, the more excited he was. It was the kind of excitement that made his blood boil. "Who else?" The sturdy man shouted in a domineering manner. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. He sneered and said, "I hate it when you bunch of trash consider yourselves as supremes. Why don't you take a look at where you are? Do you still think that you're in your own low-level world? This is the primordial world, a higher plane that rules over 108,000 lower planes. You pieces of trash better get your facts straight. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." As he spoke, a superior expression appeared on the robust man's face. The surrounding thousands of people instantly quieted down, not even daring to breathe. Most of them were middle-aged, a small number of them were old, and some of them were young people like Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked around and clicked his tongue inwardly. A few thousand people. All of them should have entered the ancient world from low-level material planes. Isn't this material plane a little too powerful? Cough, cough! The robust man was startled. He then walked to a room with a fawning expression and said, "Elders, all the Muggles who entered the ancient continent this month are here. You can choose." A cold voice came from the room. Immediately after, the door opened and more than 10 people wearing gorgeous clothes walked out. There were old men, middle-aged men, women, and even some teenage children. However, no one dared to look down on that child. The robust man quickly ran back and shouted, "All of you stand still. When your name is called, come out. Do you understand?" "Yes." "I can't hear you. Did you muggles not eat? Speak louder. If I see that you don't speak loudly, I'll send you back to your hometown." The robust man immediately scolded coldly. He did not treat these people in front of him as humans at all. These people were all super experts from the lower planes. When had they ever been treated like this? Each and every one of them was extremely unhappy. Their hearts were burning with anger, and they could not wait to kill the robust man. However, they knew in their hearts that their strength was simply worlds apart from his. Only Luo Tian had a calm expression. Compared to this treatment was many times better than the treatment he received in Jade Mountain City. "Did you hear me clearly?" "I heard you clearly." His voice shook the sky. The robust man smiled with satisfaction. Muggles are indeed muggles. So obedient. Humph. He snorted and ran back to the group of people who were like tourists. He said, "Elders, we can begin." "And then let's begin." "Yes." The robust man bowed in front of them. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. It could be seen that these people's identities were definitely not ordinary. The robust man ran back. His expression changed back to that disdainful look. He said in a deep voice, "You muggles listen well. When your name is called, immediately go to the front for the test. Release all of your talent and potential. This will determine where you belong. Do not hold back. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Ocean King Continents, Chun Hao, step forward." "Yes." A middle-aged man ran up like a recruit. He immediately walked in front of the 10 people. With a respectful expression, he said, "Elders, how do you want to test me? Here, there's a jade over there. Drip a drop of your blood on it. Then stimulate the power of your bloodline. Then casually stimulate your strength. That will do. Understood?" Chen Hao immediately ran up and did as he was told. The essence blood fell on the jade and a fluorescent light flashed. Then there was no more then. Talent, low level. Elders, choose if you want. My soaring heaven gate is too lazy to accept this kind of trash. I don't want it either. Talent is not much, but at least there's a trace of fluorescent light. It can be considered to have a certain level of talent. If you don't want it, then it belongs to my 4 Seas gate. Hey, who's that? Chun something. Stand behind me and follow me back to the 4 Seas sect later. Ma Feng, step forward. Talent, low level. Zhang Cheng Feng, step forward. Talent, low level. One by one they were called out. More than 100 people in a row had low talent. These old men in the sightseeing group could not muster up any energy. A few of them almost fell asleep. However, those who walked up were all accepted. The talent test continued. During this period of time, Luo Tian kept smiling. His heart was rippling. He thought to himself, so this is the dual cultivation system. It's too awesome. If only Sister Shui was here. Dual cultivation with her would definitely be awesome. Ha ha ha! Thinking of Li Shui, Luo Tian's expression secretly changed. The antidote for the soul poison must be found as soon as possible. More than 2 hours later, only half of the people were left in the plaza. Suddenly, the sturdy man said in a deep voice, "Profound Sky Continent, Luo Tian, step forward." Chapter 4. There was still half an hour until the old cow's birthday. This should be the first birthday of this book. The old cow only wants 1 monthly ticket as a birthday present. Brothers, 1 monthly ticket is enough. Chapter 862. Profound Sky Continent, Luo Tian, step forward. The strong man shouted coldly. Luo Tian was still studying the system. There were too many things he didn't understand about the second level system. He really saw some very interesting things, such as the shop system. Skills could be used to buy some very powerful, holy weapons. This was something that Luo Tian had never thought of before. Furthermore, the items needed were actually the currency of this world. This, if one had enough money, they could buy the items sold in the system. This was the shop system, and it was very powerful. However, the items sold by the system were all very expensive. Seeing the long string of numbers, Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue. It's good to be rich. When I have money, I will definitely buy all of these things. Damn it, just looking at these things is tempting. Luo Tian muttered, thinking of what the mysterious Yin King said, that money was very important in the ancient world. Profound sky continent, Luo Tian stepped forward. The strong man seemed to be impatient, and his tone became even colder. Within the coldness, there was a trace of anger. His gaze swept across the entire crowd, and he directly scolded. Which trash is called Luo Tian? Get out here. Who is Luo Tian? Why aren't you coming out yet? On the other side, when the elders who were selecting disciples heard the words profound sky continent, they were a little surprised. Profound sky continent hasn't had a warrior enter the ancient world for tens of thousands of years, right? I didn't expect there to be one this year. Profound sky continent belongs to the lowest level of existence in the lower planes. It's normal for one to not appear in tens of thousands of years. That's right. I have almost forgotten about Profound Sky Continent. In this continent, Profound Sky Continent's experts are the rarest, and it's very difficult to gain a foothold. Also, that incident made many Overlord-level experts furious, and they said that as long as it was an expert from Profound Sky Continent, they would be killed. A wave of whispers. Their surprise was not because Profound Sky Continent was very strong, but because it was too weak. It was so weak that it was about to be forgotten, about to fade out of people's memories. There was a commotion in the crowd. Who is it? Hurry up and get out. *CK, the trashy Profound Sky Continent, actually still exists. I thought it had already become a dead region. What kind of continent can nurture such a person? I think he doesn't dare to come out to take the test. The people around Luo Tian were also whispering to each other. Those words shocked him, and he immediately shouted, "Here, I'm here, I'm here!" Tens of thousands of people hurriedly ran out. "Damn Muggle, are you deaf?" The robust man glared at him, revealing an extremely fierce aura. Luo Tian's heart sank. He was shocked once again. So strong, I can't even block it. The primordial world was indeed the primordial world. It was completely different. This was the difference between planes. Everything was different, and the difference was huge. As a native of the primordial world, he had a physical body and talent that the lower planes could not compare to. This was the reason why the laws were so strong. It was like a person fighting on Earth. It was very comfortable and suitable for human growth. However, a person fighting on Mars from a young age, under extremely harsh conditions, survived. His ability was definitely much stronger than the people on Earth. This was the difference. Luo Tian smiled apologetically. Enduring for a while was calm. Moreover, he was not the robust man's opponent. He could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. See, don't make it difficult for him. Let him come over. An old man stroked his goatee and said lightly. The robust man immediately bowed and smiled. Yes, Muggle. Hurry up. Don't waste the elder's time. Luo Tian smiled politely at the old man who spoke up for him just now. The old man looked at him and nodded with a smile. The test begins. Luo Tian walked forward and dripped a drop of blood essence on the jade stone. He then took a step back and watched the blood essence change on the jade stone. The blood essence was slowly absorbed into the jade stone. After a few seconds, there were no changes on the jade stone. There was no trace of fluorescence. Talent, last grade. Pucci. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is the first time in so many years that I've seen a disciple with last grade talent. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I already said that the profound sky continent wouldn't be able to produce any great people. After tens of thousands of years, it still produced a trash. Ha ha ha. A middle-aged man laughed out loud. Sure enough, it seems like the spirit veins of the profound sky continent have really been broken. Look again, this brat's dantian is actually incomplete. It's in a broken shape. This. He's completely a piece of trash. How did he end up in the ancient world? How can this kind of person be qualified to survive in the ancient world? Ha ha ha. That's true, this is really too funny. More than half of the elders were mocking him. Luo Tian was furious in his heart, but on the surface he was very calm without any fluctuations. He thought to himself, my blood essence has fused with the blood of the 4 divine beasts. So logically speaking, my talent shouldn't be bad. How could this be? Immediately after, Luo Tian said seriously, Elders, can you allow me to try again? Try again. Brat, don't you think you're embarrassing yourself? In the profound sky continent, a void-piercing disciple has not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Now that one has finally appeared with great difficulty, it is still a trash with low innate talent. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Kid, are you here to make us laugh? The sturdy man knew that Luo Tian's talent was the bottom, and his expression became even colder. His tone was filled with contempt as he said, Damn trash, scram down. The testing stone will not make a mistake. Even if you test it 10,000 times, the result will still be the same. Don't waste the time of the elders. The 3 words damn trash were like thorns that pierced Luo Tian's heart. Very angry, unusually angry, the corner of his eyes coldly stared at the sturdy man. His fists secretly clenched tightly in his sleeves, and a killing intent had already risen in his heart. However, in the end, Luo Tian still managed to restrain himself. Looking at the elder who spoke up for him just now, he cupped his hands and bowed. Elder, I beg you to give me another chance. The strong man immediately became angry and kicked him fiercely. Get the hell out of here. This kick was very heavy. If he was kicked with his strength, even if Luo Tian didn't die, he would still be half dead. At this time, the figure of the old man on the seat suddenly blurred. He smiled and said, see, let him try again. A fan appeared in his hand, and the fan gently blocked the sturdy man's kick. The sturdy man's face immediately changed as he bowed and said, Yes, this disciple was rude. Please forgive me, Elder Tianyu. The old man was an elder of the Heavenly Feather sect. His name was Yao Hai. Yao Hai waved his hand and said, No problem, little brother Luo, you can test again. Luo Tian carefully walked forward and tested for the second time. Thank you for your monthly votes. Thank you for your blessings. I went outside today, so the update was late. But today, there will still be 4 chapters. Chapter 863. The moment Luo Tian turned around. A cold killing intent flashed across Asi's eyes as he stared at Luo Tian. The killing intent disappeared the moment Yao Hai's gaze moved, revealing a fawning smile. Let him test it again. I still want to have fun again. Me too. I've received so many disciples, but I've never met anyone with the lowest talent. Today, my horizons have been broadened. Ha ha ha. Brat, don't let us down this time. The 7 or 8 elders revealed expressions of watching a good show, their faces full of ridicule. In their eyes, Luo Tian was like a clown. Just watch Luo Tian make a fool of himself. Luo Tian frowned. He did not understand and thought to himself, that shouldn't be. The 4 divine beasts' blood vein surpasses the true dragon blood vein. Even if it can't emit fluorescence, its talent shouldn't be at the bottom. While they were talking, Luo Tian's mind was one as he condensed a drop of blood essence very seriously. The blood essence fell from his fingers. Pata! It dripped onto the jade stone. Slowly, The blood essence was absorbed by the jade stone. After a few seconds, the jade stone still did not emit the slightest bit of fluorescence. Talent last. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. As expected, you didn't disappoint us. Last, still last. The entire hall burst into laughter. Not only the elders, but also the other disciples standing at the side couldn't help but laugh. The sturdy man laughed the most happily and said, "Damn trash! What else do you have to say now? Do you want to test it again? Ha ha ha. Trash is trash. Even the pubes are broken. What the hell are you testing for? I really don't know how you broke through." Laughter. Luo Tian clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. He wanted to explode. Very much. He wanted to kill the sturdy man in one strike. But with his current strength, he thought to himself, "Today you laugh at me. In a few days, I'll make you kneel in front of me and call me father." Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. He bowed to Yao Hai and said, "Many thanks." Yao Hai also felt that it was strange. He gave a comforting smile and said, "Don't mind it. On the path of martial arts, diligence is the most important thing. No matter how good one's talent is, if you don't train hard, you won't be able to achieve anything. Don't be discouraged. Persevere in training, and there will be a day when you will succeed." Luo Tian felt grateful and said, "I won't give up." Yao Hai saw the tenacity in Luo Tian's eyes and thought to himself, "With a shattered dantian, it is reasonable to say that it is impossible to cultivate, but how did he break through? He should know himself very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for another test. No one wants to be laughed at a second time, but he is strange, very strange." Luo Tian gave him an indescribably strange feeling. Among the thousands of people present, only he had thought of this. If he couldn't cultivate, how could he achieve a breakthrough? He had even become a supreme expert of a plane. There was no way he could have taken a back door. Everything was within the constraints of the natural laws. No one could have broken it. Even if there was a supreme expert who had brought him to the ancient world, why would he appear here? One had to know that there were 108,000 lower planes. Once a talented disciple broke through, they would be chosen by the major forces. There was no chance for them to choose. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Tian to enter the ancient world through the back door. Luo Tian silently walked down, his brows furrowed. He kept asking himself, "Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Even if the system upgrades, it is impossible for my bloodline to be sealed. Could it be that the bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts is trash in the ancient world?" He really didn't understand. Those disciples looked at him with their brows furrowed. He looked a little down and out. More people laughed at him. "Look, such a person still has the nerve to enter the ancient world. He is a disgrace to us. Why are we in the same selection as him? If it were me, I would just find a piece of tofu and kill myself." There were people everywhere who were adding insult to injury. It was as if stepping on Luo Tian would make them a little taller. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to these taunts. It was as if he didn't hear them. When he transmigrated to Jade Mountain City, he was ridiculed by countless people every day. But what happened to those who mocked him now? They were all crushed by him. Time. Luo Tian needed time to understand everything. There were too many things that Luo Tian didn't understand in the second-level system. He needed to understand all of these now. His strength didn't weaken. Why was the power of his bloodline gone? Tianyuan continent, Qin Yuan, step forward. Here, the selection continued. At this moment, Luo Tian opened the system to check and immediately checked his bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts. Bloodline for mythological beast grade. Level 1 sealed description. System upgrade bloodline seal. To open Sumeru, you need to find the power of blood spirit. Damn, as expected. The system has become more complete and has more functions. On the other hand, it has also sealed all of my cultivation techniques. I need to know the power to open the seal. Damn, Luo Tian's heart sank. He raised his head and looked at the people around him walking up one by one. When they walked down, they all revealed a smile, because they had a force to take them in. In the ancient world, it was very important to have a force to rely on. It was very difficult for a person to survive alone, and they could be nibbled away by other forces at any time. The ancient world was a world where forces were divided. For example, the Four Seas sect, Heavenly Feather sect. These sects belonged to the lowest level of bronze forces. Countless bronze forces were ruled by silver-level family forces, and countless silver family forces were ruled by gold-level family forces. The forces were divided into 6 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. If a warrior did not have a force to belong to, it would be very difficult to survive. After thousands of people tested, only Luo Tian was not wanted by any forces. He stood alone at the side. From time to time, sneers could be heard. Suddenly, talent medium. Medium talent? Walala! The entire crowd was in an uproar. The entire square was boiling. After hearing about the low talent for a few hours, a medium talent suddenly appeared. It was like a crane standing out from a flock of chickens. It was too eye-catching. All of a sudden, all the elders stood up and stared at the man who looked to be in his 30s. All of them revealed a look of greed. Elders, give him to me this year. My Sky Sea sect will definitely not fight for him for 10 years. How about it? Bullshit, give it to me. I won't fight for you for 20 years. I want this brat. Whoever fights with me, I'll fight with them. Wu Feng, among the 16 sects, my Iron Line sect is the strongest. As long as you choose us, I guarantee that we will provide you with the strongest cultivation resources. The various elders started arguing loudly. At this moment, Wu Feng coldly glanced at Luo Tian and laughed in disdain. The second chapter had been delivered. There were 2 more chapters at night. Chapter 864. Wu Feng was looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and secretly said, "Must you look at me to show your superiority? It doesn't matter if you don't laugh." But this laugh, as if he had been greatly insulted, Wu Feng immediately jumped up, pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded. "Damn trash, what are you laughing at? Trash, with the lowest talent, has the right to laugh? You're such a disgrace to us. Choosing with you is a complete disgrace to us. Senior Brother Wu is right. It's really ridiculous that any random cat or dog can sneak in. That's right, Profound Sky Continent is famous for producing trash, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Many disciples roared with laughter again. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly and did not speak. Seeing that Luo Tian did not speak, Wu Feng became even more arrogant and said disdainfully, "Trash from Profound Sky Continent, what are you still doing here? Are you looking for a beating? Just because you're a piece of rat shit, you've embarrassed us as a whole. I say, why don't you go and die?" His voice was filled with strong disdain, very disdainful, at the same time very arrogant, detecting an intermediate talent, as if he was superior to others. Indeed, among the thousands of disciples, his talent was the most outstanding. His cultivation was also one of the best among these people. In addition, there were so many elders who wanted to curry favor with him, which made him even more superior than the others. Luo Tian's 2 tests, both of them were the lowest talent. This originally had nothing to do with him, but he was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, jumping up and cursing. Behind him, several elders crossed their arms in front of their chests, looking very impressed. One of the elders even smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad at all." A person with average talent should have a superior aura. A person with average talent is nothing but an ant in his eyes. A strong person should show the demeanor of a strong person. This kid has too much character. Elder Wang, is there a need for you to shamelessly curry favor with a disciple like this? Yao Hai said faintly. He had been paying attention to Luo Tian's expression. He was very satisfied with Luo Tian's performance. You can endure. Although Luo Tian's words were so unpleasant to hear, he still endured it. This surprised him. These people were all supreme, formidable martial artists from the lower planes. Every one of them was proud and arrogant because they were the strongest martial artists in their planes. Just now, when the mystic the Arch broke through the void, he still had that kind of arrogant aura. However, Yao Hai didn't see it on Luo Tian at all. On the contrary, what he saw was tenacity, forbearance, and a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. Wang Li laughed and said, "What? Brother Yao Hai, you like that trash? Why are you always speaking up for trash? A person like him wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 days in the ancient world. He would definitely be devoured by others within 3 days. You should know that these people are all from the origin continent, so there's more or less origin energy left in their cultivation. Do you know how many experts covet this origin energy?" Beneath the primordial world were 108,000 origin planes. These planes nurtured the origin energy. This kind of energy came from the profound chi and immortal chi. Whether you devoured the origin energy or not, there was a trace of the origin energy hidden in your cultivation. It was very weak, but no matter how weak it was, the origin energy would be very powerful when it exploded. So, the martial artists who had just broken through the void by the mystic the Arch needed to rely on the major forces. Only in this way could they survive. Only in this way could they continue to develop. Just at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly took a step forward and said, "If I can live for 3 days, what will you do?" Suddenly asking this question, the entire place suddenly went silent as everyone stared at Luo Tian with wide eyes. For a moment, no one seemed to have heard what he said clearly. Luo Tian took another step forward and repeated, "If I can live for 3 days, what will you do?" Impudent, the robust man, Ah Si, jumped up once again. He glared and shouted, "You dog! How dare you speak to Elder Wang like that? I think you're tired of living." Luo Tian did not even look at Ah Si as he stared at Wang Li. Wang Li was an elder of the Spirit Gathering sect. At this moment, Wang Li smiled coldly as he stared at Luo Tian with contempt and said, "Kid, if you can live for 3 days, the Spirit Gathering sect will unconditionally accept you as a disciple and guarantee your safety in the Martial Mountain City." Huh. If I can live for 3 days, I can enter the Spirit Gathering sect? Elder Wang is really generous. The Spirit Gathering sect is a mid-tier force in the Martial Mountain City. To be able to enter the Spirit Gathering sect is a great thing. The disciples discussed animatedly. Several elders also smiled faintly. 3 days? I'm afraid he can't even live for a day. As long as this kid doesn't have a force to rely on, not to mention a day, he will probably die once he steps out of the martial arts arena. Do you really think the primordial world is a playground? The primordial world is a world of cannibalism. It is 10,000 times crueler than your so-called lower planes. If Luo Tian did not join any force, he could only live for 1 day. Then now, he would probably be killed the moment he stepped out of the martial arts arena. Making a bet with an elder of the Spirit Gathering sect? This was simply courting death. Yao Hai frowned. At first, he thought that Luo Tian was calm and patient, but now he had changed. He kept trying to signal Luo Tian with his eyes, but Luo Tian acted as if he did not see it. Wang Li looked at Yao Hai and said, "Brother Yao Hai, it's best if your Rising Sky Feather sect does not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." First, he had to make sure that the Rising Sky Feather sect would not accept Luo Tian. Otherwise, with the protection of the Rising Sky Feather sect, Luo Tian would definitely not die within 3 days. The meaning of his words was very simple. The Rising Sky Feather sect would not accept Luo Tian. There was actually a disciple who dared to challenge him. If he did not teach him a lesson, would he really think that the Spirit Gathering sect was a pushover? And a little more. Wang Li was very optimistic about Wu Feng. From Wu Feng's eyes, he could see a trace of cold, killing intent. He was very clear that as long as he could crush Luo Tian, he would definitely gain Wu Feng's favor. Then his chances of joining the Spirit Gathering sect would be much higher. If Wu Feng joined the spirit gathering sect, he would be able to obtain the sect master's reward. What a wonderful thing this would be! Killing two birds with one stone. This matter would be very beneficial to him and the spirit gathering sect. At this time, Luo Tian took another step forward and smiled. I'm sorry, I have no interest in your spirit gathering sect. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not join. How dare you? A sea roared again. If there were no other people around, he would have already chopped Luo Tian with his palm. Why would he waste his breath on him? Wang Li's face was also very ugly. He waved his right hand, signaling a sea to not make a move. He sneered and said, Then what do you want? Luo Tian smiled and said, My request is very simple. As long as I can live for 3 days, I want you to slap him. While speaking, Luo Tian pointed at Wu Feng. Chapter 3. There are more updates today. Chapter 865. Luo Tian pointed at Wu Feng. The surroundings went silent as everyone stared at him with their mouths agape. Was this brat crazy? He wanted Wang Li to slap Wu Feng? Did water get into his brain? Even if Wang Li agreed to such an unreasonable request, Wu Feng would not. Wu Feng gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. His expression was filled with anger. Without waiting for Wang Li to speak, he coldly laughed and said, Fine, Elder Wang agreed to it. Within 3 days he will die. Wu Feng understood a lot about the ancient world. It could be said that, from the moment he was born, he knew that he had to enter the ancient world. From then on, he began to understand what kind of world the ancient world was. He was very clear in his heart that there was no power to rely on in the ancient world, and it would be difficult for him to get through a single day. 3 days was even more impossible. Source essence was the strongest cultivation resource for the experts in the ancient world. It was the same for the beasts. No matter what, Luo Tian would die. Wang Li laughed in his heart. He almost grabbed Luo Tian's hand and thanked him. With this, Wu Feng would definitely join the spirit gathering sect. This matter was settled just like that. It was simply too satisfying. Immediately, Wang Li calmly said, Brother Wu, why don't you join the spirit gathering sect and watch how this brat dies? At this moment, the hearts of the elders sank. Damn, this Wang Li got a huge bargain. In their hearts, they hated Luo Tian to death. Of all times to come out, he had to come out now. All of a sudden, Luo Tian had offended all the elders who were fighting for Wu Feng. They hated Luo Tian to the core. Even if the spirit gathering sect did not make a move, they would have done so. Wu Feng did not think too much and nodded. Disciple greets Elder Wu. Damn. Wang Li, you cunning old thing. You are too despicable. Elder Wang, you are too unkind. Stepping on a trash to get a medium talent disciple. You have taken too much advantage. This useless brat of all times to challenge me. Why did he have to stand up now? You want to live for 3 days with that kind of brain of yours? I think it would be difficult to even last 6 hours. Brother Wu, do you want to reconsider? I can give you cultivation resources that the spirit gathering sect can't. Wang Li was grinning from ear to ear. Don't try to poach him. Brother Wu is already a disciple of the spirit gathering sect. If you see him in the future, please guide him. Ha ha ha. Wu Feng also smiled slightly and said, Thank you, elders, for thinking so highly of me. In the future, if there is anything that requires this disciple's help, this disciple will definitely do his best to help. Sigh, what a huge loss. Mid-level talent, and it was snatched away just like that. What the hell is this? Trash with the surname Luo. You are the one who ruined our plans. Even if the disciples of the spirit gathering sect let you go, we won't let you go. A disciple with average talent was very important to a bronze organization. It might even decide the fate of the organization. Their hearts were filled with regret, and they hated Luo Tian. If it wasn't for his appearance, Wang Li wouldn't have succeeded so easily. The spirit congregating sect was already strong, and now with Wu Feng, they were even stronger. In the future, the Martial Mountain City would belong to the Spirit Gathering sect. All these years, the forces of the Martial Mountain City had always been in a state of balance. No one could do anything to the other. All these years, all the forces had accepted disciples with low talent. It was the first time in many years that a disciple with average talent appeared. The balance of the Martial Mountain City was about to be broken because of Wu Feng. Wu Feng's gaze turned from respectful to cold arrogance. He stared at Luo Tian and mocked. "Let's see how you will live for 3 days, humph." Wang Li squinted his eyes and smiled. "Brother Wu, how do you want him to die? How do you want him to die? The Spirit Gathering sect can do it. Consider it our first meeting gift." At this moment, Luo Tian was like a fish on a chopping board. He could be slaughtered at any time. Wu Feng smiled and said, "How can I let the elders do this kind of thing? I believe that many people want his life. I love to watch the show. Of course, if he is still alive in 2 days, I will do it myself." "Brat, prepare to die." Wang Li praised and shouted, "Good, we will do as you say." Immediately, Wang Li called out, "Disciples who have just joined the Spirit Gathering sect, listen up. From today onwards, Wu Feng will be your senior brother. Do you understand? Senior brother. Senior brother." Hundreds of disciples immediately shouted in unison. Everyone was incomparably excited. They were also very proud because they stood together with Wu Feng. This way, they would definitely get a lot of resources. Wang Li smiled with satisfaction and looked at Luo Tian coldly. Then he looked at Ah Si, the strong man. Ah Si understood and nodded. Wang Li waved his hand and said, "All disciples listen up. Return to the Spirit Gathering sect." The other elders flicked their sleeves and were extremely unhappy. They also called for the disciples who had just been selected to leave the martial arts field. "Kid, you have to die. Trash. If I see you again, I will definitely take your dog life. Don't let me see you again." Many people walked to Luo Tian's body and ridiculed him in disdain. Luo Tian was as calm as water, as if he did not hear anything. He secretly said in his heart, "It is the same in any world. The strong are respected. It is the same in the profound sky continent and the ancient world. Similarly, in any world, there will be people who seek death. All of you, just you wait." Yao Hai only selected a dozen disciples. They seemed somewhat impatient. They were afraid that Yao Hai would bring Luo Tian into the Rising Sky Feather sect. If they were to be together with a trash, how would they be able to face others in the future? Yao Hai first said to Ah Si, "I want to say a few words to little brother Luo. Can you step aside?" Ah Si slightly trembled. He looked at Luo Tian with an unconcealed, killing intent in his eyes. He then looked at Yao Hai and said, "Elder Yao, just now Elder Wang said that if the Rising Sky Feather sect dares to take him in without waiting for him to speak." Yao Hai frowned and said with slight anger, "I am not deaf. You don't need to repeat yourself." Ah Si's face darkened. In his heart, he blamed all of this on Luo Tian and said in his heart, "Brat, you and I will wait." Then Ah Si walked towards the door. Yao Hai said to the dozen disciples behind him, "You all go outside the martial arts arena and wait for me. I will be there soon." Yes, in the large martial arts arena, only the two of them were left. Without waiting for Yao Hai to speak, Luo Tian took the lead and asked, "Elder Yao, may I ask where near Martial Mountain City there are demonic beasts to hunt?" Yao Hai was stunned. "You want to hunt demonic beasts when you just entered the ancient world? Are you looking for death?" Chapter 4 delivered. Tomorrow is Monday, the day Old Bull promised to change into Mad Bull mode. Brothers, there are only 10 days left until 2015. Do you dare to accompany Old Bull in these last 10 days to have a good fight? Monthly votes, recommendation votes. Brothers, fight like crazy. Old Bull will fight with his life on the line tomorrow. Chapter 866. Find demon beasts to kill? Yao Hai looked at Luo Tian in a daze. Brother Luo, I know you're not convinced and you're angry, but don't take it too hard. Once you enter the Wu mountain range, not to mention 3 days, you'll die if you meet a demon beast. I advise you not to act recklessly. The demon beasts of the ancient continent are like the demon beasts of the lower plane you're from. Any demon beast can easily take your life. His words were very serious. Yao Hai had also entered the ancient continent from a low-level material plane. He knew that everyone who had just entered the ancient world would have a trace of arrogance in their hearts. He had been the same in the past. However, in less than 3 days, the cold arrogance in his heart would be worn away. He would be completely defeated by the warriors of the ancient world. In the primordial world, the supreme experts of the 108,000 lower planes were all ant-like existences. They were trash. No one would pay attention to them, and they would become the target of everyone's hunting. In the Wu Mountain City, there were already some people who were watching the disciple selection. This was also the reason why Wang, Li, and Luo Tian were willing to bet. Even if the spirit congregating sect didn't make a move, Luo Tian would still be hunted down. Without any support, it would be difficult to move an inch in the ancient world, unless you were strong enough. The humiliation he received today, Luo Tian remembered it in his heart. Betting on his life for 3 days? Then let's bet. He wanted to give Wang Li a slap in the face, and at the same time give Wu Feng a resounding slap in the face. Using Wang Li's hand to slap Wu Feng, Luo Tian had never tried this kind of face-slapping method. Just thinking about it made him secretly happy. However, only live for 3 days? Luo Tian didn't think so. He wanted to hunt demon beasts. He wanted to level up, then he would come back and ruthlessly slap the faces of those who mocked him today. That was what he wanted to do. Of course, he also wanted to enter the mountain range of the ancient world to take a look. He wanted to see how strong the demonic beasts were and whether he could survive in this world. As for the dangers of the demonic beasts, was there anything more dangerous than living in this man-eat-man world? Facing the sinister human heart, Luo Tian would rather face the powerful demon beasts. Therefore Luo Tian insisted, I know, but I still want to go. Elder Yao, please tell me. It was very sincere. Yao Hai frowned. All right, once you leave Wu Mountain City, you'll reach the Wu Mountain Range 100 kilometers to the west. But you have to remember, don't go too deep, otherwise you'll die inside. You have to remember what I said. Thank you. Luo Tian said heavily, Elder Yao, I will protect myself well. I will not let you down. Immediately after, Luo Tian turned around and left. At this time, Yao Hai hesitated for a moment, then took out a pill and handed it to Luo Tian. C is definitely waiting for you outside. He is at the 3rd stage of the spirit martial realm and can instantly kill you. You have to be on guard at all times. Don't let him discover your whereabouts. This is an invisibility pill and 50 cultivation coins. Keep it on you. Warriors below the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm won't be able to find you. It will last for 10 minutes. As soon as Luo Tian left the martial arts field, Si would immediately make his move. Just now, Wang Li's eyes gave him an order. Killing Luo Tian at the 3rd stage of the spirit martial realm was simply too easy. Luo Tian took the invisibility pill. His heart was filled with gratitude. He didn't say anything and directly walked out of the martial arts field. Yao Hai also walked up. The martial arts field was in the southern suburbs of the city. It was a place shared by more than a dozen sects in the Martial Mountain City. Basically, there would be disciples coming here to practice every day. But today was a special case. Because of the selection of new disciples, it was closed for a day. Because it was in the suburbs, there were few people outside the martial arts field. Among them, Si was sitting under a tea shed, drinking tea and staring at the gate of the martial arts field. When he saw Luo Tian walk out, a cold smile immediately appeared on his face. He whispered, Dead trash, you finally came out. Luo Tian naturally noticed Si, just as he was about to walk towards Si. Yao Hai took a step forward with more than a dozen disciples. He smiled and said, Come, give brother Si a cup of tea. You were all picked up by him alone. If he didn't pick you up well, you wouldn't know where you would be. Brother AC is the manager of the martial arts field. In the future, you will need his help to practice here." Then Yao Hai went to the tea shed and said with a smile, "Brother AC, thank you for your hard work." Many disciples didn't understand, but in their hearts, they hoped to curry favor with anyone. What's more, they were in awe of Asi's power. All this was for Luo Tian to escape. Luo Tian was very grateful. He knew the purpose of Yao Hai's actions. He also took the opportunity to slip away and ran towards the west of the city. Asi had no choice. Without so many people surrounding him, he couldn't escape at all. What's more, there was Yao Hai who was stronger than him. Even if he shed all pretense of cordiality, he didn't dare to openly offend the Heavenly Feather sect. He cursed in his heart, "Boy, you will die sooner or later." He ran all the way. Luo Tian clenched his fist and said fiercely in his heart, "Become stronger! Become stronger! I want to become stronger!" It was the same in any world. The law of the jungle was the law of survival. The current Luo Tian was not the Luo Tian of 3 years ago. He was very clear about what he should do and what he should endure. The anger in his heart was unusually turbulent. The ridicule of those people on the martial arts field and the words trash made him extremely unhappy. But he held it in. Walking out of the martial mountain city, he coldly stared at the city and coldly said, "Wait for me to come back." Spirit Congregating Sect. Asi reported, "Elder Wang, if it wasn't for Elder Yao blocking me, that boy would have died." Wang Li smiled faintly, his eyes narrowed as he said, Yao Hai, you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Spirit Congregating Sect? It seems that this year's martial arts tournament will teach your Rising Sky Feather sect a lesson." "Humph. Where is that boy now?" This matter had to be done, and it had to be done beautifully. He had to make Wu Feng believe in him and believe in the Spirit Congregating Sect. The potential of an intermediate talent was a treasure for the Spirit Congregating Sect. He must not let him down. Moreover, the Gate Master had given him an unexpected reward. He had even warned him that he had to kill Luo Tian, and he had to kill him beautifully. It was too easy to deal with a muggle who had just entered the ancient world. Asi frowned. "That boy left the city." "What?" Wang Li suddenly became angry. His face changed and said, "Trash, you can't even do this well." "Humph." Asi suddenly felt a strong pressure. He bowed and immediately said, "Elder Wang, please rest assured." He left from the west side of the city. The west side of the city only leads to one place, and that is the Martial Mountain Range. As long as that trash enters the Martial Mountain Range, we don't have to do anything, and he will die. Chapter 1. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Old Cow loves you all. Chapter 867. He ran all the way. Luo Tian did not dare to look back. He was worried that Spirit Congregating Sect or Asi would chase after him. He had to be careful here. In the ancient world, Tian Shin Continent was like a novice village, and here was a big city filled with experts. He was at the bottom of the hierarchy, so he had to take every step carefully. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. After running with all his might for a few hours, Luo Tian slowed down. After making sure that no one was chasing him, he let out a sigh of relief. "Just you wait. Today's humiliation. It won't be long before I return it 100 times over." Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath and looked at the towering mountains in the distance. He was shocked. Sure enough, it's different from the mountains in Tian Shan Continent. Just this kind of majestic aura is much more majestic. It's a pity that my Dantian is broken and I can't cultivate. Otherwise, I would definitely understand the ancient world's power. He sighed. Luo Tian quickened his pace and walked towards the entrance of the Wu Mountain Range. Come one by one, line up properly. 10 cultivation coins per person. Get lost if you don't have any money. You adventure teams, bounty hunters, each and every one of you are stingy. but you can just rest and muddle your way through. Without the protection of our 16 sects, there is no way to enter the Wu mountain range. The Wu mountain range was huge. It stretched for tens of millions of kilometers, and no one in Wu Mountain City knew where it ended or where it began. They only knew that the Wu mountain range was filled with demon beasts that wreaked havoc, and most of the people who entered did not come out. However, every day there were many warriors entering the mountain. Because Wu Mountain was a treasure trove of heaven and earth, there were all kinds of spirit herbs inside, and any one of them could earn hundreds of cultivation coins. In addition to spirit herbs, there were also demon beasts, and demon beasts were all treasures. Whether it was blood essence or bones, they were in short supply. In Wu Mountain City, there was a place to buy these materials. Some sects and forces would release some missions to the outside world. The bounty hunters were either looking for some kind of mysterious spirit grass or hunting demonic beasts for their materials. These kinds of rewards were extremely generous. This was also the reason why the bounty hunter profession was born. Of course, other than accepting some dangerous missions, bounty hunters were also responsible for killing people. After Ah-Si left, Wang Li thought about it for a long time. He had to do this well, or else Wu Feng would not be satisfied and the sect master would blame him. In the end, he secretly contacted a bounty hunter that he often contacted. He had completed this mission at an extremely low price. In addition to spirit grasses and demonic beasts, there were also some mysterious ruins in Wu Mountain. It was rumored that there used to be a golden clan in Wu Mountain. They were very powerful, but no one knew why they disappeared overnight. A gold organization was a very powerful existence. Even if they disappeared overnight, even if they were completely looted, there would always be some spiritual treasures left behind. This caused even more adventure teams to swarm over. However, those who searched for the mysterious ruins basically didn't come out alive. However, this didn't stop the adventures. On the contrary, there were more of them. Unknowingly, Luo Tian had already arrived at the entrance. He was at the end of the line, and in front of him were 5 young warriors wearing gorgeous clothes. They looked like rich young masters, and their faces showed impatience. One of them was a handsome young man holding a fan made of an unknown material. He coldly snorted and said, "We've already waited for half an hour. Why do we have to wait? With our status, even if their sect master came, he would have to kneel and welcome us." Humph. His voice was filled with disdain and a cold arrogance that came from his bones. In front of him, a young man with an average appearance, but extremely muscular, said, "Brother Ouying, we came out to experience, not to enjoy life. If we reveal our identity, do you think we can enter Wu Mountain?" At this time, a girl standing at the front turned around and glared at the man who just spoke and said, "Brother, do you think we're not messy enough? Ouyang, if you don't want to line up, go back by yourself. Don't expose our identity." The girl looked a little arrogant, like a peacock high up in the sky. She spoke to the man called Ouyang with a trace of disgust. Ouyang showed a gentlemanly smile and said, "Sisterling, I'm here to protect you. If you don't leave, I definitely won't leave. How can I bear to leave you alone in Wu Mountain? I, Ouyang, can't do such an ungentlemanly thing." The girl's name was Bilingling. Listening to Ouyang's words, her face was even more unhappy. When she spoke, she glanced at Luo Tian. Luo Tian pretended not to hear anything. However, this glance made Ouyang extremely unhappy. His eyes darkened and his expression instantly became gloomy. His 2 eyes coldly stared at Luo Tian and said in a superior tone, "Boy, if you dare to look at me, I'll gouge out your eyes." Luo Tian looked away. He didn't have the mind to pay attention to these things. If he was in the Tianshan continent, he would have already slapped Ouyang's head off. He only wanted to level up, break through, and then return to Wu Mountain City in 3 days to slap Wang Li and Wu Feng's face. This was what he wanted to do now. As for the girl's glance just now, he chuckled in his heart. The girl was indeed beautiful, but she had the cold arrogance of a noble in her bones. She didn't care about anything. Her eyes also coldly swept past Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't want to cause trouble, but some things were not up to him. Bai Lingling had always hated Ouyang Yi. She hated his overbearing, arrogant, and insufferably arrogant appearance. Seeing Luo Tian's face turn away, she immediately laughed. Ouyang Yi, aren't you too arrogant? I'll look at him. If he doesn't look at me, I'll look at him. He's 10,000 times better than you. Humph. Ouyang, you looked at Bai Lingling with a gentlemanly face and a smile. But when he turned to look at Luo Tian, his expression was incomparably cold. He coldly snorted, "Brat, scram to the back." At this time, there were already a few dozen people standing behind Luo Tian. His time was very tight. He wanted to seize every moment to level up and break through, but now he was asked to stand at the back. Wouldn't this delay another half an hour? He immediately became angry and said, "She's looking at me, it's none of my business. If you have the ability, then control her. You want me to stand at the back? Then why don't you stand at the back? That way, when she looks at me, you won't be able to see her. I can also take a good look at her. She's a great beauty. I want to take a few more glances." Ouyang Yi immediately became angry. "Brat, do you want to die?" Chapter 2. Old Bull went to eat first. There will be a big wave of updates at night. If you're not willing to wait for the updates, you can take a look at the book that Old Bull finished. It's 15 million words. You can take a look. It's similar to Undefeated. It's also very satisfying. Invincible level up. There's also a book that was cut out. It's only about 200,000 words. The way to play it is to wait for the updates. Finding a wife in online games. Chapter 868. Boy, you're courting death. Ouyang Ye's eyes were gloomy, and his body released a cold, murderous intent. Luo Tian was not afraid at all, and said, "If you have the guts, kill me now. If you don't kill me today, the next time I see you, I'll kill all your ancestors." There was anger in his heart. He didn't even look at the woman, but he inexplicably provoked a dandy young master. Luo Tian was very irritated. Bai Lingling did not expect things to suddenly turn like this. She knew very well what kind of person Ouyang Yi was. Luo Tian's words had undoubtedly angered him. She could feel the cold, murderous intent from Ouyang Yi. Looking at Luo Tian, Bai Lingling felt a little guilty. She regretted dragging Luo Tian into the water. She smiled and said, "Ouyang, are you still going to enter Wu Mountain? Don't do anything rash, or else you'll delay our grand plan of adventure." The muscular man was Bai Lingling's cousin, Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong also said, "Ouyang, don't lower yourself to his level. Don't delay our adventure. You know that my sister has always wanted to enter Wu Mountain. Now that we're going to enter Wu Mountain, if our identities are exposed, we won't be able to enter." Ouyang Ye's face darkened, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. He coldly snorted and said, "Boy, you're lucky today. Otherwise, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "We don't know who's the lucky one. Boy, don't take advantage of me and make me unhappy. Believe it or not, I'll take your life." Ouyang Ye's voice came from one of the attendants. His cultivation was more profound than Ouyang Ye's. With a casual glance, Luo Tian felt a strong pressure. Bai Lingling immediately said, "It's our turn. It's our turn." At the same time, he kept winking at Luo Tian, hinting him not to speak. Luo Tian didn't even look at her. There were two kinds of women that he hated very much. One of them was Bai Lingling, who thought that she could do whatever she wanted because she was beautiful. If she hadn't deliberately fanned the flames, Ouyang, you wouldn't have made things difficult for her. Ouyang Yu was very unhappy, but he also wanted to be a gentleman in front of Bai Lingling. He snorted coldly, gave his men a look, and then strode forward. After paying the 10 cultivation coins, he walked into Wu Mountain. The 5 people paid the toll one by one. The last person blocked Luo Tian's line of sight and secretly said a few words to the mountain guard. He even revealed his identity token. The mountain guard was obviously startled, but immediately showed a respectful expression. He glanced at Luo Tian, revealed a trace of a sinister smile, and said loudly, "Don't worry, I will not let you down." The guard glanced at Luo Tian, sneered, and walked into Wu Mountain. Next, the mountain guard slightly shouted, looked at Luo Tian, and said, "Boy, it's the toll." Luo Tian took out 10 cultivation coins and handed it over. The mountain guard sneered and said, "Not enough. A muggle like you entering the mountain is courting death. Maybe one day we will have to collect your corpse. You will also have to pay for the corpse collection." Before he even entered, he already said that Luo Tian was dead for sure. Luo Tian frowned. He was very clear that it was Ouyang Ye's doing. He was very angry, but he had to go in. Otherwise, he couldn't find another horse farm to kill dung beetles, right? Although he was a dung beetle killer and was very experienced in killing dung beetles, the dung beetle's experience was not enough to satisfy him. Luo Tian said in a low voice, "How much?" The mountain guard smiled and said, 50 cultivation coins." Luo Tian raised his eyes and stared at the mountain guard, remembering his appearance. He then took out the remaining 40 cultivation coins and handed it over and said, "Can I go in now?" The mountain guard was stunned. He never thought that Luo Tian would be able to take out 50 cultivation coins. One must know that this was not a small amount. Luo Tian's attire showed that he had just entered the ancient world. How could he have 50 cultivation coins? He thought that Luo Tian would not be able to take it out, and then he would play with him for a while, and also take credit in front of that master. But now, the mountain guard frowned and shouted, "No. Excluding the 10 from before, you still have to pay 50 more. That's a total of 60 cultivation coins." Luo Tian stood in the same place and stared at the mountain guard. His eyes turned cold as he stared at the mountain guard, causing him to have goosebumps. A large group of adventurers behind Luo Tian shouted, "Chin-san, what the hell are you doing? Everyone else is paying 10 cultivation coins. What are you trying to do today? If we report this to the spirit congregating sect, your fat job will be ruined. Making things difficult for others is not the same, right? This is too much. Hurry up and let him in, don't waste our time." Many people clamored. Chun-san's face slightly changed. He looked back at Ouyang Ye's group of 5, who had already disappeared. He looked at Luo Tian with disdain and said, "Kid, I'm happy today, so I'll make an exception and let you in. But if you really die inside, it's none of my business." Luo Tian ignored him and strode into Wu Mountain. "Damn it!" Luo Tian angrily shouted, encountering this kind of thing again and again. Good. I, Luo Tian, like trouble the most. Let all the trouble come. Wait for my signal. Are you going to collect my corpse? Let's see who will collect whose corpse." Luo Tian was extremely unhappy. He had only been in the ancient world for less than a day, and he had already encountered so many unequal treatment. First it was Ah Si's humiliation. Then it was Wu Feng's disdain. Wanli stepped on him to get Wu Feng, and now it was Ouyang Ye's humiliation. Luo Tian remembered all of these in his heart. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness, and was also a person who held grudges. Looking at the dark forest, the roars of demon beasts could be heard from time to time. Luo Tian clenched his fists and thought, "Just you wait." Immediately, Luo Tian walked as if he was flying, and quickly groped his way to the edge of the mountain range. During this period, Luo Tian opened the system again. He had cultivated more than 20 cultivation techniques, all of which were sealed. He needed a certain kind of power to unlock the seal, and he currently had 2 types of power that could unlock the cultivation technique. One was the power of the divine essence, and the other was the power of the profound qi. The power of the divine essence could only unlock the offensive cultivation technique, and the power of the profound qi could unlock the auxiliary cultivation technique. Luo Tian moved, summoning the fusing heaven god furnace, and then ordered, 108 strange fires, fuse! Fuse with the strange fire. This was something that had to be fused. The damage of the strange fire was the strongest, and the cooldown time was a little long. However, the next time he met someone who didn't have eyes, he would directly use the strange fire to kill them. The strange fire on the strange fire list converged into the divine cauldron. At the same time, the power of Xin Yuan flowed into the divine cauldron under the control of Luo Tian's idea. An explosive sound came from the divine cauldron. 1 minute later, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with the divine fire. Do you wish to cultivate it? The third chapter was delivered. Chapter 869. The system suddenly sounded out. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. It had been a long time since he had heard the system's voice, and a flickering divine flame appeared in his mind. The flame contained an extremely powerful energy that could make one's blood boil. Luo Tian immediately checked. Cultivation method. Divine fire grade. The ancient world's cultivation methods are divided into 9 grades. Above the 9th grade is the ancient level without a single level, the god level. Proficiency. 0/500 cooldown. 600 seconds consumption. 100 essence value. The ancient world uses essence value as its unit. Luo Tian entered the ancient world and fused the profound qi into essence value. Current, 200 essence value. The higher the level, the higher the success rate. Currently, the chance of instant death is 5%. If it does not cause instant death, it depends on the opponent's defense. The higher the defense, the lower the damage. If the defense exceeds the damage, it will be a miss. Luo Tian was immediately dumbfounded. He was stunned on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. Heavens, earth, give me back my strange fire. The strange fire's damage has reached 1 billion, and now that it has fused into a divine fire, its damage should be even stronger. But you made it like this, you... System sister, do you have to treat me like this? He had thought that the fusion of the strange fire would definitely be stronger, but now Luo Tian's entire body was weak. Actually, compared to the 1 billion damage value of the strange fire in the profound sky continent, its power after evolving into a divine fire was even more ferocious. It had a chance of instant death. Although the success rate was only 5% as its level increased, the success rate would also increase. If it was cultivated to the great perfection realm, the success rate would definitely be off the charts. As long as it was locked onto, it would be death. It didn't look like much, and it felt a lot weaker, but in reality, it had become N times stronger. A 5% chance of instant death was extremely powerful. Anyone who had played games before would know. It was just that Luo Tian liked the feeling of the strange fire crashing down and causing a large wave of damage. Huff! Luo Tian sighed and said, Cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating divine fire! There was an additional skill in the new skill column, a ball of flame. It looked so weak that it could not even stand up to a gust of wind. It was just like the fireball technique practiced by the mages of the 7th rank in hot-blooded legends. Luo Tian now felt that the god fire was just a fireball technique. He thought to himself, I have to find a demonic beast to test it out. The power of the divine essence fused. Luo Tian's profound qi still had a lot of support, so he really didn't know what kind of cultivation method to fuse. So he could only think about it first before he made a decision. Right now, he wanted to find a stronger demonic beast to test the power of the divine fire. Luo Tian, and rushed by of Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't know if it was because of his good luck or if all the demonic beasts in the Wu Mountain range had gone home to eat. After half a day, Luo Tian didn't encounter a single demonic beast. Unknowingly, the sky was about to turn dark, but he still didn't know where to spend the night. Luo, I haven't even met a single one, and my luck is that good? Luo Tian cursed, looked at the sky, and thought to himself, I have to find a safer place to spend the night. The night is the world of the demon beast. Even if I want to kill the demon beast, I can't go to my death. Then, Luo Tian walked towards the mountainside, hoping to find a cave to hide in for the night. For a moment, he also let down his guard. Swish! A ball of dark green flame suddenly burst out from a thicket. Luo Tian was really looking for a place to spend the night, but he did not expect a demon beast to suddenly appear, and its appearance was extremely terrifying. Its body was emitting a green light, as if it was a ghost that suddenly jumped out. Without waiting for Luo Tian to stabilize himself, the demon beast roared, revealing 2 long fangs. The fangs shone with a cold light, and mucus flowed out from between its teeth, like saliva. Its 2 green eyes stared at Luo Tian, revealing a greedy light. This was a mountain wolf. It was a very common demon beast in the outskirts of the Wu mountain range. This kind of demon beast could only be considered half a step and could not reach the first step. However, Luo Tian acted as if he was facing a great enemy, and his expression became cautious, because this mountain wolf gave him a very dangerous signal. He couldn't help but think in his heart, "It seems that the undead emperor was right in the ancient world. We are just like ants, and meeting a mountain wolf can actually cause such a huge pressure. What the hell is going on?" When Luo Tian was thinking about this, roar! The mountain wolf roared and directly bit towards Luo Tian's neck. Its speed was extremely fast. Luo Tian was actually unable to react for a moment. It wasn't that he was weak. It was that his strength was restricted by the laws of the ancient world, and could not be like in the profound sky continent. Was there a need to kill this kind of demon beast? With a thought, he could crush it into pieces, but now it was different. Luo Tian seemed to have returned to being a level 1 novice. Actually, in the ancient world, Luo Tian was a level 1 novice. The mountain wolf came too quickly, and Luo Tian's reaction was somewhat unable to keep up. However, his idea moved. Divine fire! He immediately shouted. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A flame exploded from Luo Tian's palm, and in that instant, Luo Tian's essence value instantly decreased by 100 points, losing half of it. His heart ached so much that he wanted to die. His eyes stared straight at the mountain wolf, and he thought, "Let me see your strength." Boom! The flames hit the mountain wolf's body. Against this kind of half-step demon beast, even if it couldn't instantly kill it, it should be able to heavily injure it, right? However, what Luo Tian did not expect was that only a bright red number, -50, floated out of the mountain wolf's head. It didn't even have 100 points of damage. Luo Tian suddenly had the urge to die. Any random deviant flame would cause more than 5 million damage. And now you've caused me 50 points of damage. You might as well miss. This is 2F * King Deceptive. Anger was anger. The divine fire suddenly blasted out, sending the mountain wolf flying. At this time, Luo Tian did not dare to hesitate for even half a second, and immediately sat down on it. He raised his fist and smashed it fiercely, not daring to give the mountain wolf any chance to get up. Once it stood up, the one who would die might be him. Luo Tian felt that he was too miserable. A single punch could only cause 5 or 6 points of damage. I know that the ancient world is strong and is a higher plane, but why the F * CK is the difference so big? To be bullied by a mountain wolf like this, what is this? His heart was about to break. The contrast was too great, and it was hard to accept for a moment. Luo Tian still wanted to get the antidote to the soul poison as soon as possible, but now it seemed that everything was too bleak. However, this also made Luo Tian even more determined. I want to become stronger. Nothing could affect him. Since I'm a level 1 newbie in the ancient world, I'll start from level 1. As a newbie, I'd like to see who can stop me from rising. Fate, you can't control me anywhere. I will definitely become stronger. The 4th chapter has been delivered. Old Cow is still writing. There will be an update tonight, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 870. Bam! 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 Both of his fists were bleeding, but the mountain wolf still did not die. There was no other way. Luo Tian could only continue. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian was completely exhausted. The mountain wolf finally let out a whimper and died. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mountain Wolf for obtaining 15 experience, 1 essence. Hearing this notification, Luo Tian laughed bitterly. I might as well have killed a dung beetle. In these 10 minutes, I got more than 15 experience. It's really 2F asterisk ket up. As for the items that dropped, that was even more unthinkable. Now that Luo Tian's luck value had returned to 0, all the drop rates had returned to the lowest level. This was very hurtful. Immediately after, Luo Tian opened the system to check his personal attributes. Character: Luo Tian. Rank: first level of the spiritual martial realm. The realms in the ancient world were divided into spiritual martial realm. The people who attacked in the ancient world were at the innate spiritual martial realm. For symbols: realm, condensed prime realm, martial void realm, Taiyan realm, 10,000 illusion realm, Shanghai realm, Holy Spirit realm, Dizun realm. Experience: 15300 essence, 101 points cultivation method. Divine fire money, 0. After reading this series, Luo Tian was also drunk. This attribute was really starting from 0. It was really killing him. I wonder if the second level system has any rewards for leveling up. I haven't looked at the reward system yet. Let's take a look now. Luo Tian opened the reward system. The first level system rewarded the main character's cultivation method. Most of the rewarded cultivation methods were fantasy and anime. Would the Tier 2 system reward be the same as well? The moment he opened the reward system, Luo Tian was immediately stunned, and at the same time saliva flowed out. Wow, the reward is a superpower. This is awesome, this is too awesome, ha ha ha. The rewards were divided into 2 types. Before the martial void realm, 1 reward for every 5 levels, which meant that 1 realm could reward twice, once for attack and once for support. What was the attack reward? Superman's strength, Hulk's power, Thor's power. Many of the main characters in Hollywood blockbusters in Lin Fan's previous life were considered normal. But towards the end, it was truly incredible. Even the powers of legends had appeared. The power of Tethagata, the power of the 3 pure ones, the power of Pangu, and with the power of God it was simply unbearable. Luo Tian was drooling when he saw this. How could he endure this? He couldn't wait to kill all the monster beasts in the Wu Shan mountain range, obtain their power, and then go on a killing spree. These were still considered good. Every type of offensive power was very powerful. Then he looked at the support type, superpowers. This was the main point. Luo Tian's heart was rippling. This time it wasn't drooling, but his little brother was erect. Wow! Wow! The power of see-through, the power of penetrating walls, the power of stealing hearts. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Just thinking about it makes my nose bleed. Especially the ability to see through things. Once he had it, wouldn't all the girls be naked in front of him? This feeling. Damn, isn't this too satisfying? Luo Tian's heart rippled, and he started to imagine in his heart, in the future I'll be happy, ha ha ha, at the same time. Luo Tian also noticed that the support type superpower reward seemed to be the superpowers that the main characters in the urban novels in his previous life had. Most of these novels were ambiguous, harem type, and each of them had a little yellow color. Naturally, he had read a lot of them, but he had never thought that he would have some superpowers. This is too great. This is really great. The level 2 system is really different. It directly rewards these special abilities. When I go to Earth in the future, waha! Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh lasciviously. His laughter was very lascivious and very despicable. The fusion of the divine fire had left a shadow in his heart. Right now, Luo Tian had completely fallen in love with this second level system. Moreover, there were still many things that Luo Tian didn't understand about the second level system. Once he understood all of them, it would truly be great. At this moment, Luo Tian's gaze darkened, and he said heavily, I want to level up. I want to level up quickly. I want to obtain the ability to see through things. I want to obtain the power of the god. Suddenly, the heart to become stronger became even stronger. Excitement. Luo Tian's heart was filled with indescribable excitement. However, he quickly realized that this was not the place to be excited. After killing the mountain wolf, his stomach growled, and he thought to himself, even the ancient world would be hungry. In the past, I didn't even know what it was like to be hungry in the profound sky continent. It seems that the strongest thing in this world is the power of the ancient code, and the ancient code controls everything. Luo Tian tore off a mountain wolf's leg, cleaned up the blood, and buried the mountain wolf's corpse at the same time. In this mountain range where demon beasts ran rampant, the smell of blood was the most fatal. It could attract a large wave of demon beasts. Low-level demon beasts, whether it was in the profound sky continent or in the ancient world, were all the same. Their intelligence was very low, and before long, the smell of blood would attract many demon beasts. Luo Tian was only a novice at the first stage of the spirit martial realm. Just thinking about it made him sad. Before he had enough power, he could only keep a low profile. Dragging a mountain wolf's leg, Luo Tian quickly left the place. Halfway up the mountain, he finally found a cave. The cave was man-made and should be a place to hide from demon beasts at night. Luo Tian picked up some dry wood, set up a fire, and roasted the mountain wolf meat. He sprinkled some prepared seasonings, and a burnt smell wafted out. Luo Tian fiercely bit down on a piece. His mouth was full of oil, and he ate very happily. After swallowing half of the mountain wolf's leg, the Temple of Five Viscera received its reward and calmed down. Luo Tian warmed himself by the fire and carefully looked around. In his heart, he was secretly planning to level up. Mountain wolves are only half-rank demon beasts, and they are already so hard to kill. One is okay, but if there are two, I definitely won't be a match. It would be good if I could kill some demon beasts that don't have any attack power. First, I would level up a little and then kill the mountain wolves. This way it would be much easier. It was very difficult to deal with a mountain wolf at the first stage of the spirit martial realm. But the second stage of the spirit martial realm was different. Now, the most important thing was how to level up to the second stage of the spirit martial realm. Luo Tian didn't know much about the demon beasts in the Wu mountain range. He couldn't kill dung beetles or ants like in the profound sky continent. On the way to the Wu mountain range, he tried a few times and stepped on a large wave of ants, but he didn't get any experience. So, he didn't need to think about killing ants. If there are no ants, then a pheasant should be fine. Wild rabbits should also be fine. These slightly bigger beasts should give me some experience, as long as I can level up to the second stage of the spirit martial realm. Luo Tian thought about this and secretly decided to check out the Wu mountain range tomorrow. Level up. He must level up quickly. He had already forgotten about the bet with Wang Li. He was now concerned about leveling up, not living for a few days. However, at this time, one of the bounty hunters asked Chen San for a bit. Then, with a cold smile, he stepped into Wu Mountain. Chapter 5. Delivered. Nyo is messing around. This chapter is slow. Brothers, good night. Let's see if I can write more tomorrow. Finally, old Nyo roared, brothers, can you give me a monthly ticket? Chapter 871. A Night of Silence. Luo Tian also did not dare to move at night. The next morning, Luo Tian finished off the half of the wolf leg and then stepped out of the cave. Target: wild rabbits, wild chickens. If it really didn't work, it would be good to see if he could find some of the lowest level missions. After a night of thinking, Luo Tian was very clear about his current strength and situation. It was too dangerous to deal with the mountain wolves, so he could only pick some soft persimmons to pinch. At night, in addition to thinking about leveling up, Luo Tian also made some simple hunting tools. In his previous life, Luo Tian grew up in the mountains, so it wasn't difficult for him to make some simple traps and hunting tools. Moreover, these kinds of hunting traps were very easy to make. In one night, Luo Tian completed 5 of them. However, this kind of tool was only useful against some wild beasts. As for demon beasts, even half-step demon beasts were useless. Luo Tian carefully walked to a small river. He checked the terrain. Seeing the footprints of some wild beasts, he was secretly happy. It seems that there will be wild beasts here. Then he put away the prepared hunting tools and covered them with some hay. After setting up the 5 traps, Luo Tian did not waste any time waiting. He had only made these traps for the sake of gaining additional experience. Just relying on these traps to level up was too difficult. If by any chance no wild beasts fell into the traps, then he would have wasted the entire day. Luo Tian never liked to put all his eggs in one basket. After setting up the traps, he washed his face by the river and looked around. He was always vigilant, afraid that a demon beast would rush out from the bushes. While he was washing his face, suddenly a small blood groove appeared in his field of vision. Luo Tian's face immediately became happy. Fish! If there is a blood groove, then it means there is experience. Damn! There are so many fish in this river. I'm rich now, ha ha ha. Luo Tian immediately became excited. It was now April, and many fish ran upstream to spawn. The river was densely packed with fish, all of them fighting to swim upstream. With this discovery, Luo Tian immediately laughed. There's hope for leveling up, ha ha ha. Even if these fish only gave a little experience, it would be easy to level up because there were too many fish in the river. As long as he leveled up, Luo Tian would be able to easily deal with the mountain wolves. By then, at this time, Luo Tian was very excited, but he didn't immediately jump in. There wasn't a lot of water in the river, but it was impossible to kill a large number of fish in the water. Instead, the water would be muddy, and it would be difficult to kill a single fish. There's no net. I definitely can't do it with my bare hands. I have to think of a way to catch all the fish in the river in one fell swoop. Luo Tian thought in his heart and immediately thought of some things from his previous life. His eyes lit up and he said, "Got it." However, is there such a thing in this world? Luo Tian's face sank again. Things that were available on Earth might not be available in the ancient world. Let's go look for it first. I'll rely on these fishes to level up. This should be the fastest way. Shortly after, Luo Tian immediately jumped ashore and walked into the woods to search. He was looking for a herb. In his previous life, this herb was called fish vine grass. The roots of this grass could be washed out with a white liquid, and this liquid would produce a trace amount of poison. If this white liquid was placed in the river, all the fish and shrimp within 100 meters of the river would die. When he was young, he only looked at the adults and had seen the fish vine grass before. However, he didn't expect to use this kind of thing in this different world. However, he wasn't sure if this world had such a thing. Luo Tian searched everywhere. Half an hour later, Luo Tian sighed and said, "Sure enough, the ancient world is the ancient world, and Earth is Earth. I can't be confused. Even on Earth, the fish vine grass is not easy to find. If I can't find the fish vine grass, it would be good for me to find a poisonous spirit grass." Not to mention spirit grass. Even ordinary herbs were very rare in the surrounding area. This was the periphery of Marshall Mountain. Even the small seedlings of spirit grass would not be let go. How could Luo Tian find a spirit grass? And it was poisonous, which made it even more difficult to find. Just when Luo Tian was at his wit's end, he kicked a palm-sized stone away. Do I really have to go into the river to catch fish? This speed is too slow, isn't it? The stone flew out. Bang! It hit a tree trunk. Luo Tian didn't care. He looked down at his feet and his eyes suddenly sank. He immediately squatted down. Wow, my luck is off the charts. Chun Chun, did you give me the power of luck again? Under the stone, there was a young spirit grass seedling. The spirit grass was emitting a fluorescent green light. It was obvious that this was a poisonous spirit grass. This made Luo Tian instantly excited. I'll rely on you to level up. Luo Tian carefully dug, not even letting go of the small roots. Spirit grass was formed by absorbing the qi of heaven and earth. Poison spirit grass was the same. Its rhizome, branches, and leaves contained yuan qi as well as toxins. As long as this toxin was extracted, it could cause harm. Extracting this toxin was very simple. It was the same method used to clean the dragonvine grass. All one had to do was to wash out the liquid in its rhizome. However, Luo Tian was a little worried. After all, it was only a thumb-sized spirit grass. Would its poison be too weak? I don't care anymore. I'll try everything I can. Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Luo Tian was very anxious right now, thinking about the reward for leveling up, thinking about the power of penetration. His heart was faintly excited. He couldn't wait to level up to 50 or 60. He walked to the upstream of the river and carefully washed it. He muttered, "God bless me, this time it's all up to you." The root broke with a touch, and a few drops of dark green liquid flowed out. Luo Tian repeatedly washed it until there was not even a residue left. Looking at the river again, there was no reaction at all. His heart sank. This spirit grass has not grown yet, so the poison is not enough. It definitely can't poison those fish to death. I have to think of another way. Luo Tian stood up, and just as he was about to leave, ding! The system suddenly sounded out. Luo Tian's heart immediately tensed up, and he focused all of his attention. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Catfish for obtaining 1 experience, 0 essence. Wow, it worked. Ha ha ha. System sister, I love you. Your voice is too beautiful. Luo Tian almost jumped up in excitement. It wasn't easy. Half a day was about to pass, and he still hadn't gained any experience. At this time, he suddenly gained some experience. This was simply too encouraging for him. However, this was still the beginning. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Crucian Carp for obtaining 1 experience, 0 essence. Ding, ding, ding! Chapter 1 delivery. Chapter 872. The system beep did not stop. Luo Tian was so excited that tears were about to flow out. It was too difficult. This feeling was even better than killing a boss in the Tianqian continent to obtain billions of experience. Playing online games, if one was a newbie, it would be very difficult to level up if they did not do quests. There were some hints in the game, some specific maps for you to kill monsters, but for Luo Tian, this was not a game, it was reality. He did not have a game guide, nor did he have any system prompts. He had to rely on himself to find them. This way, leveling up was even more difficult. Luo Tian laughed. His experience points were increasing bit by bit, and all the fish in the river were knocked out of the water by the poison. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Catfish for obtaining 1 experience point, 0 essence energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the title Fish Killing Hero. You have obtained 10 experience points and 10 essence energy points as a reward. Last time it was the dung beetle killer, this time it's the fish killing hero. System sister, you're awesome. Luo Tian laughed bitterly. A title, Fish Killing Hero, immediately appeared above his head, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Half an hour later, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Catfish for obtaining 1 experience point, 0 essence energy points. Kill count 200. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Fish Super God, obtaining the new honor of Fish Killing Expert, obtaining 15 experience points, 15 essence energy points. To be able to kill fish like a god. Am I the first person in all of history? Luo Tian was stunned. He shook his head and laughed, looking at his experience. I still need less than 100 experience points to level up. I should be able to level up in an hour. I'm too excited, damn it. It's as if I haven't leveled up at all. At this moment, a person came from the river. Yesterday, the spirit gathering sect was guarding the mountain. The person who came was the disciple guarding the mountain, Chun San. During the handover, in order to save the 10 cultivation coins required to enter Marshall Mountain, he directly entered the mountain. He was a person who liked to take advantage of others. This time, he entered Wu Mountain to find a stalk or half a stalk of spirit grass. That way, he would be able to make a fortune. Anyway, he was very clear about the locations of the demonic beasts in Wu Mountain and which places were relatively safe. As for the places with demonic beasts, he didn't dare to enter, so he could only look for a safe place first. Chun San hummed a little tune as he walked towards the riverside with large strides. A happy smile hung on his face as he fished out a money pouch from his bosom. He could not help but laugh. 40 cultivation coins! To think that there would be such an idiot who would take it out. This is so satisfying, haha. Thinking about what had happened yesterday, he was overjoyed. He never thought that Luo Tian would actually take out 50 cultivation coins to enter the mountain. This was something that had never happened before. However, Chun San's face fell, and he muttered, "That kid won't report me when he goes out, right? If they report me, I might not be able to stay in the spirit congregating sect anymore." The security of the mountain was very strict. No matter which faction was guarding the mountain gate, they could not break the rules. If anyone dared to break the rules, the consequence would be death. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. He was only at the 2nd level of the spiritual martial realm and had been in the ancient world for almost 10 years. He had only broken through once. This made him very uncomfortable, but he had to accept the reality. The ancient world was not a low-level world. It was too difficult to break through. Talent determined everything. He also had a human life. He only wanted to stay in the spirit congregating sect. At least he would have a place to stay and rely on the faction. At least the warriors of the Marshall Mountain City would not dare to touch him. Thinking about Luo Tian, his brows relaxed as he said, "I must be thinking too much. Even Hyena is out, that kid will not be able to survive. If that kid comes out of the Marshall Mountain alive, I will kill him first. Then how can he report me? Ha ha ha. However, why did Hyena ask me about that kid? Did someone put a bounty on that kid? He actually asked Hyena to go after him. Hyena is a warrior at the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. That kid is just a muggle that just entered the ancient world. Why would Hyena need to go out to kill him? Hyena was the nickname of that bounty hunter. Thinking of this, Chun San became very relaxed. His steps became more relaxed as he continued to sing. His voice was a lot louder. After Luo Tian gave him the medicine, he had been hiding in the dark. Chun San passed by him in the bushes. Luo Tian heard everything he muttered. His heart sank as he said, "He sent out a bounty hunter? It seems that Wang Li will not let me go. Mother ****. I almost forgot about this. But you sent out an assassin to kill me. Fine, I will slap your old face." Originally, Luo Tian almost forgot about the bet with Wang Li. But now, the anger in his heart was ignited. "If you provoke me, I will make you pay the price. And you took my money, right? Today, I will take your life." Luo Tian stared at Chun San with a murderous look. Then he purposely snorted and casually walked out from the bushes. Chun San was startled at first. In Wu Mountain, no matter if you met a demon beast or a human, it was a very dangerous signal. Chun San almost ran away. When he turned around and saw that it was Luo Tian, he immediately sneered, "Mother ****, I was wondering who it was. So it was you, trash." He, Luo Tian did not say anything. He only smirked and revealed a grim smile. Chun San snorted and looked at Luo Tian as if he was a fish on a chopping board. He said, "Someone paid for your head. Although I don't know who it is, your head must be worth a lot of money. In the ancient continent, money is very important. I will take your head." His face was full of disdain. He did not put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. He was at the second level of the spiritual martial realm. It was too easy for him to deal with a muggle who had just entered the ancient world. Moreover, for a warrior like Luo Tian who had just entered the ancient world, his body contained traces of origin energy. These traces of origin energy could be his opportunity to break through to the third level of the spiritual martial realm. Thinking of this, Chen San became even more excited. Luo Tian pretended to be scared. He moved in another direction and said weakly, "Who would pay for my head? My head is definitely worthless. You should let me go." He was not sure, because of the difference in level. The first level of the spiritual martial realm was the first level of the spiritual martial realm. Chin San's aura was very dangerous. Seeing that Luo Tian was scared, Chin San was very happy. He said proudly, "Boy, I don't care if your head is valuable or not. I will take it." Ha ha ha. After saying that, he took a step forward. Chin San stepped on a trap. His foot was caught by a clamp and he cried out in pain. At this moment, Luo Tian crazily rushed out. Die for me. Chapter 2, there will be an update tonight. Old Cow asks for support. Chapter 873. Chen San did not even dream that there would be a beast trap nearby. He stepped on it. It clamped his calf, causing him to jump up in pain. This was also the case. Luo Tian had already calculated everything. He suddenly made his move, releasing all his speed. With one step, he was like an arrow, shuttling back and forth. When he was 2 meters away from Chen San, he suddenly flew up, raised his fist, and fiercely smashed towards Chen San's face. Pum! Chen San was on the verge of collapsing, his body constantly retreating. Everything had happened too quickly. He had no time to react. Not to mention, he did not care about Luo Tian at all. Why should he care about a muggle that had just entered the ancient world? Moreover, Luo Tian's acting was very good, revealing a scared expression. This way, he would not be able to see through it. He did not expect that. He ate a punch from Luo Tian. Chin San's face sank, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Dog sneak attacking me with just you? Trash at the first level of the spiritual martial realm. Go and die. He stood still. Using his foot, he directly broke the beast trap. There was blood at the bottom of his pants. However, he did not care at all. Luo Tian's sneak attack made him extremely unhappy. If he did not kill Luo Tian, he would not give up. Luo Tian was also stunned. So little damage, only 1 level difference. Strength and defense are not comparable at all. Brat, go and die. Chin San's anger soared to the sky. With one step, there was a shadow under his feet. In a blink of an eye, he landed in front of Luo Tian. His 2 fists swung. Mountain River Fist! Boom! It came too fast. Although Chen San was injured, his cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's. This was the difference. Luo Tian reacted, but his movements could not keep up. His 2 fists blocked the fist. His body explosively retreated. His arms were numb. Chin San's fist made him feel uncomfortable. Humph. Let's see how many more punches you can block. Brat, a rank 1 spiritual martial realm is an ant, do you understand? You are no match for me at all. How dare you be so stupid as to sneak attack me? Ha ha ha. Chin San's punch had made Luo Tian's face turn pale. Naturally, he had noticed it. Forge the iron until it is hot. Chin San had also entered the primordial world from a lower plane. He had once been a supreme expert of a certain plane. Naturally, his combat experience would not be lacking. The moment Luo Tian retreated, Chen San moved his feet and attacked again. He leaped high into the air and punched down heavily. Let's see how you block it this time. Mountain River Fist. Boom! A burst of power erupted from Chin San's arm. The power contained the aura of Yuan Qi. The aura produced a strong qi, and a strong wind blew towards Luo Tian, sealing off all his blind spots, including his path of retreat. Luo Tian glanced at his experience bar, and his eyes darkened. If even you can't deal with it, then how can I slap Wang Li's face? What if he slaps Wu Feng's face? A ball of fire burst out from his heart. If he couldn't even kill a rank 2 spiritual martial realm Qin San, then he shouldn't go out anymore. He should just find a rope and hang himself. Godly fire! Boom! Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he shouted in a deep voice. He had used up 100 yuan qi, and it was almost empty. At this moment, a flame burst out from Luo Tian's palm and directly attacked Qin San's fist. Qin San was stunned. He didn't think that Luo Tian would know such a skill. At this moment, it was too late to dodge. He braced himself and attacked. He also believed that Luo Tian, a muggle who had just entered the ancient world, wouldn't be able to practice a strong technique. With the strength of a rank 1 spirit martial realm, Luo Tian's technique was no match for him. You want to hurt me with this kind of flame? Brat, you must be dreaming. Boom! The fist collided with the godly fire. Chen San's body suddenly trembled as he fell down from the air. His fist was burnt black, and the pain was unbearable. Ah, you dog, I won't let you go. The godly fire didn't cause much damage, but it stopped Qin San's attack. However, Luo Tian was still very unsatisfied in his heart as he thought, why didn't it cause an instant kill? A 5% chance is 2F asterisk ket up, although he was unhappy in his heart. But this was his only chance. Seeing Chen San fall to the ground, Luo Tian rushed out like an arrow and directly rode on Qin San's body. Without waiting for him to react, he heavily punched down with his right fist and shouted, "Yell for me again!" Bam! One punch knocked out Qin San's front teeth. Qin San's face was stunned and he was a bit dizzy. However, a rank 2 spiritual martial realm was still a rank 2 spiritual martial realm. When Luo Tian threw out the second punch, his body suddenly trembled as he wanted to shake off Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body slightly moved. Qin San kicked up. It was really the leg that was caught by the beast trap. Luo Tian gave up on attacking Qin San's face and directly punched the wound on his leg. He roared again. Who told you to make things difficult for me? You still want to collect my corpse? I'll collect your corpse today. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Ah, you damn trash. Ah, it hurts so much. Qin San bared his teeth and screamed. He was already in unbearable pain from the clamp, and now that he was hit by Luo Tian's fist, the pain was even more heart-wrenching. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Qin San took in a deep breath. It was so painful that his entire body was trembling. Luo Tian's body once again landed on Qin San's body and punched him twice. Let's see if you die or not. Bam, bam, bam. For a moment, Luo Tian seemed to have gone crazy. His two fists crazily smashed down, not giving Chen San any chance at all. He knew in his heart that if he let Qin San stand up again, the one lying down would be him. Moreover, the fishes in the river were almost all dead. It was almost impossible to break through to the second level of the spirit martial realm. He had to kill Qin San. He had to kill him. Luo Tian used all his strength every time he punched. His two fists did not listen at all. Before he heard the voice notification, Luo Tian would not stop. And Qin San, after being continuously attacked by Luo Tian, he was already dizzy and disoriented. He gasped for breath and begged for mercy. Big brother, uncle, I beg you to spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. I'll return all the money to you, I beg you. It was the rich young master in front who told me to make things difficult for you. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, he is a member of the Ouyang family. I can't afford to offend him. Beg me? It's too late. If I let you go, how can I level up? Ouyang family, right? I'll deal with you first. The next time I meet him, I'll send him to hell. Luo Tian had already memorized Ouyang Ye's appearance in his heart. As long as there was a chance, he would not let him go. He was the kind of person who held grudges. Qin San's HP was getting lower and lower. Seeing that Luo Tian was still not giving up, he immediately shouted for help. Hyena, hyena, he's here. Quickly come and save me. Save your sister. Die. Luo Tian's fist landed on Qin San's head, causing him to lose his last bit of health. The system beeped. Chapter 3 has been delivered. Chapter 874. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qin San for obtaining 58 experience, 15 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 70 profound coin. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a foundation pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the mountain and river fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin value. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level. Second stage Spirit Martial Realm. Ouch. Small explosion. Luo Tian was a little surprised. He never thought that Qin San would actually drop so many things. If he wanted money, he had pills, and he even had a set of cultivation methods. How could this not be unexpected? It was simply comparable to a small boss. However, this was the first person Luo Tian had killed in the ancient world, so it was only right for him to drop something. The moment he leveled up. After recovering his vitality, Luo Tian's vitality increased by 100 points after reaching the second stage of the Spirit Martial Realm. Now, Luo Tian had 300 points of vitality, and his HP had also increased. However, after leveling up, Luo Tian still felt very tired. It wasn't like in the Tian Xin continent where even his stamina would completely recover. The level 2 system should have changed this. Other than his attributes being restored to full, there shouldn't be any changes to his stamina. Luo Tian stood up from Qin San's body and sat on the other side, panting heavily, and said, "This is the first time I've experienced how tiring killing people is. However, if I want to level up, killing people is a good choice. At least it's much faster than killing mountain wolves." Who? Luo Tian looked at the items that dropped. My own cultivation method has been sealed, so I can only cultivate the ancient world's cultivation method. Although it's trash, it's still a cultivation method, so it can cause more damage than normal attacks. Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating Mountain and River Fist. A new cultivation method appeared in the new column. Cultivation method, Mountain and River Fist grade. First grade proficiency, 0/100 cooldown, 3 seconds consumption, 10-point skill description. The Mountain and River Fist is a skill comprehended by an ancient overlord. It has the power to shatter mountains and rivers. At level 1, it can shatter rocks. At level 2, it can shatter space. At level 5, it can shatter mountains and rivers. F***CK. Even an elementary cultivation technique is so awesome. Luo Tian looked at the skill description in a daze, but he didn't take it seriously. This was his second cultivation technique. No matter how powerful it was, he could only use it now. Immediately after, Luo Tian picked up the 5 animal traps and saw that there were no more dead fish in the river. It was clear that the effect of the poison had worn off. I'm in the second stage of the Spirit Martial Realm. Now I can kill mountain wolves. I need to level up quickly. The hyena that Qin San called out should be that bounty hunter. His cultivation is definitely above Qin San's. I'm definitely not his match right now. Luo Tian analyzed the situation and quickly left. It was already noon. Half a day had passed and he had leveled up. Luo Tian was very dissatisfied with his speed, but for other warriors, this was already very heaven-defying. Qin San used 10 years to break through to the second stage of the Spirit Martial Realm, but Luo Tian only used 1 morning. It could be seen how big the gap was. Luo Tian first returned to the cave to rest for a while. He also placed the animal traps in a hidden place. This time it wasn't to catch wild beasts, but to guard against sneak attacks. Goo goo, his stomach rumbled. Luo Tian laughed. I didn't know that I was hungry before, but now I'm so hungry that I can't bear it. I have to prepare some food. After resting for half an hour, Luo Tian once again walked out of the cave in search of food. Food was very important. Without food, one's stamina could not be replenished. In the mountains, a decrease in stamina was a very fatal thing. This time, Luo Tian did not go to the river. Instead, he went to the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain was a dark forest. The air was emitting a foul smell. There were definitely demon beasts inside, and it was very likely that it was the den of mountain wolves. Luo Tian carefully approached, but no matter how careful he was, he could not hide the aura on his body. Roar! In the bushes, a hungry wolf pounced out. Luo Tian almost peed himself. It came too suddenly, and he did not notice it at all. However, he was no longer at the first stage of the spirit martial realm. With the cultivation of the second stage of the spirit martial realm, no matter if it was strength, speed, or reaction time, they had all increased. The moment the mountain wolf pounced out, Luo Tian's body slightly tilted, dodging the mountain wolf's sneak attack. At the same time, his right hand moved, directly grabbing the wolf's tail and fiercely pulling it. It directly fell to the ground. This hand speed made Luo Tian somewhat surprised. He secretly said, "The second stage of the spirit martial realm is indeed different. If it was yesterday, it would be difficult to dodge the sneak attack. But today I can pull its tail in a flash. Leveling up is indeed good." Mountain River Fist. His arm used a wave of power, and his essence decreased by 10 points. His fist produced a trace of faintly discernible chi. It could not be compared to Chun San's Mountain River Fist. It should be because his level had not increased. Whoa! A fist landed on the mountain wolf's abdomen, causing it to cry out in pain. It straightened its body, wanting to escape. How could Luo Tian let it escape? His left fist, once again, smashed forward. Just give me a good shot. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Whoa! The mountain wolf's body sank again, and Luo Tian struck again. Mountain River Fist. Mountain River Fist. Whoa! Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mountain Wolf. 5 minutes passed, and he finally killed a mountain wolf. This speed was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Luo Tian muttered, "The killing speed is too slow, and it's okay to deal with one mountain wolf. But if there are a few, then I can only run." However, the more he thought about it, the more it came. Just as he finished killing the mountain wolf, there was a commotion in the forest. Bursts of low growls came out, and the movements became louder and louder. This was not the posture of a few mountain wolves, but a large group of mountain wolves charging towards Luo Tian. Damn! Wolf pack! Luo Tian didn't even think about it as he turned and ran. He didn't even care about the mountain wolf's corpse. This was his lunch and dinner, but he couldn't care about that now. He could only focus on escaping. Whoa! Woo! A large wave of mountain wolves flew out and directly divided up the dead mountain wolf. However, this was not the end. A few mountain wolves who did not eat meat chased after Luo Tian with all their might. Luo Tian crazily rushed forward. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the few mountain wolves following behind him. When he was sure that there were only 4 mountain wolves chasing after him, Luo Tian deliberately kept his distance and thought to himself, "Let's get rid of one first. I should be able to handle 3 mountain wolves." After killing the mountain wolf just now, Luo Tian had a rough idea of the mountain wolf's attack range. With his current health point, he should be able to take on 3 of them, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Moreover, other than killing the mountain wolf, Luo Tian had no other choice but to kill these mountain wolves to level up. Kite tactic. Divine fire. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The 4th chapter has been delivered. The old cow is still writing. There will be an update tonight. Brothers, support me with more monthly votes. The old cow is begging you. Chapter 875. Luo Tian was very good at kiting. In the game, this was the foundation that mages had to continue. As a veteran gamer, he was naturally very familiar with it. Even though Luo Tian liked warriors, that kind of close combat and killing was what men should do. Only then would it be enjoyable. But there was nothing he could do now. Out of the 4 mountain wolves, he had to get rid of one first before the other 3 could make a move. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The divine fire blasted down, directly blasting half of the mountain wolf's health down. Luo Tian was startled and thought, looks like the divine fire's attack will also increase with the level. This way, the divine fire will be much easier to use. When it reached the great perfection realm, the success rate of instant kills would increase. Awoo! A mountain wolf cried out in pain and became even more ferocious. Luo Tian maintained his distance and kept running forward. Looking at the mountain wolf's health, the second divine fire should be able to kill it, but it consumed 200 points of essence. This was a small injury for Luo Tian. The essence was too little. The consumption of the divine fire was not something he could withstand right now. Luo Tian continued to circle around in circles. Once the 10-minute cooldown was over, he unleashed God Fire once more. Awoo, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mountain Wolf for obtaining 15 experience and 1 essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Mountain Wolf's tooth. A long fangs of a mountain wolf dropped. Luo Tian was stunned. There were no other weapons in the space ring, and the weapons in the profound sky continent were basically useless in the ancient world. Luo Tian moved and directly used the mountain wolf's tooth as a dagger. His body suddenly stopped, and the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. I've been chasing for half an hour. Now it's my turn, right? His body moved. He leaned forward like a bow and propped himself up with his back foot. Whoosh! His body turned into an afterimage as he shot out at an extremely fast speed. The fangs in his hand fiercely swung, producing a sound that pierced through the air, directly creating a bloody groove on the head of a mountain wolf. At this moment, the other 2 mountain wolves pounced forward and clawed at Luo Tian with their front paws. A large part of his clothes had been torn. Luo Tian didn't care about this at all. He would take advantage of your weakness to take your life. Whoever was injured would be attacked. Moreover, he would attack without holding back. He would definitely beat the shit out of them. Only in this way could he fully display his ferocious aura. Killing monsters and fighting were the same. Although the mountain wolf was a low-level demonic beast, it still had a little bit of intelligence. Fight? It was to get a hold of a person and beat him to death. You wouldn't stop until his head was broken and bleeding. Only then would others be afraid of you. Hitting them here and there was completely useless. Furthermore, the more you beat them up, the more they'll remember you. You will leave a psychological shadow in their hearts. And the next time you meet them, you'll win psychologically. It was the same for killing monsters. Luo Tian continued to bombard the injured mountain wolf, attacking continuously, ignoring the other 2 mountain wolves that were attacking him. After a few punches, the ferocious aura on his body was completely released. The mountain wolf that had been attacked all this time howled in a low voice, as if it was begging for mercy. The other 2 mountain wolves were obviously affected. At this moment, would Luo Tian stop? He was going to beat them to death. Mountain River Fist. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Awoo! Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and was smashed in the head by Luo Tian. Even though the system sounded out, even though Luo Tian didn't stop, he fiercely punched a few times, smashing the dead mountain wolf's body into pieces. This would increase the fear in the mountain wolf's heart. Just as Luo Tian had expected, the bodies of the other 2 beasts were trembling. They were very scared. They thought that they were wolves and were already very ferocious. Now, They suddenly realized that compared to Luo Tian, they were nothing. You two bastards can go and die as well. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian killed the 2 mountain wolves and obtained 30 experience points. Looking at the experience bar, he frowned and said to himself, "This leveling is too slow. I still lack 500 experience points. How many mountain wolves do I have to kill?" Spirit Martial Realm Level 2 to Level 3 required 600 experience points. Huff again. Luo Tian once again circled to the back of the mountain and threw the corpse of a mountain wolf into the dark. Woo-woo, woo-woo! In less than 10 seconds, the smell of blood spread out and a large wave of mountain wolves crazily pounced out. Luo Tian turned and ran. This time, 3 more mountain wolves chased after him. Luo Tian brought the 3 mountain wolves away from the pack and killed them again. This time, he didn't use any essence value. To him, essence value was too precious. Using it to deal with mountain wolves would be a waste. Furthermore, he had to be on guard against the bounty hunter hyena. After killing the 3, Luo Tian went to lure more monsters. It continued until the sky turned dark. Half a day later, Luo Tian killed more than 100 mountain wolves and was 2/3 away from leveling up. He dragged a mountain wolf and walked into the cave. Night fell. It was now the world of demonic beasts. Moreover, there were more and more mountain wolves, and many of them slowly walked out from the darkness. Back in the cave, Luo Tian looked around at the traps that he had placed, but there were no changes. "You're my little, but no matter how much I stick in you, it's not enough. Red lips." Luo Tian randomly sang. He held the fire, roasted the meat, hummed a song, and thought of the women and brothers in the profound sky continent. This feeling, this life was very fulfilling. Shwa! I will definitely get the antidote to the soul poison as soon as possible. You have to wait for me. Luo Tian looked at the stars outside the cave and muttered in his heart. If he wanted to get the antidote, he had to become stronger first. At the very least, he had to have the ability to survive in this world. Wang Li's bet. Wu Feng's disdain. Luo Tian remembered all the mockery of the sex in his heart. Tomorrow is the 2nd day, and you say I won't live past 3 days? I want to see how you will slap Wu Feng's face. I have never tried this kind of face slapping. It must be very satisfying, ha ha ha. 3 days. There were only 2 days left. Luo Tian was already at the 2nd stage of the spirit martial realm. This was something that those who mocked him could not think of at all. How big of a wave could a trash with no talent jump out? He would only be a laughingstock in their mouths. No one would care about him, except for one person, the bounty hunter hyena. He had been searching, relying on his sensitive nose, like a mad dog looking for Luo Tian. All these years, there had been no mission that he could not complete. At this moment, Hyena stood by the river and looked at Chin San's corpse. After carefully examining it, he raised his gaze and looked around. The corner of his mouth hooked up coldly. His nose sniffed the air and said excitedly, "I can already smell the blood on your body. Brat, wait to become my meal." The next morning, Luo Tian swallowed half of the roasted mountain wolf leg and once again headed towards the back of the mountain, saying, "Today's goal, the 3rd stage of the spirit martial realm. The 5th chapter has been delivered. A new day has begun. The recommendation tickets have been pushed up. There are recommendation tickets every day. Help old cow. Those who still have tickets, please support me. Thank you. Thank you to the left-hand side for Piao Hong's reward yesterday. It has been a long time since Piao Hong gave a reward. Thank you, brother, for your support. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 876. Old Cow is guilty. Old Cow's mathematics was taught by a biology teacher. There was a serious bug in the last chapter. Killing 100 mountain wolves would give 1,500 experience points. Old Cow counted it as 150 points. The VIP chapter could not be changed, so it could only be like this. Kill 100, kill a dozen. Sorry. Thanks to the brothers in the Invincible group for reminding me. Thank you. The following is the main text. The current Luo Tian was already a wolf-killing master. He could lure 5 mountain wolves at once and finish them off in 15 minutes. This speed was already godly compared to the first time. Going around to the back of the mountain, Luo Tian threw the mountain wolf corpses that he had prepared yesterday into the bushes. The stench of blood slowly spread out. In less than 10 minutes, there was a shua-shua sound coming from the bushes. A few mountain wolves walked out with low growls. Their 2 eyes stared at the distant Luo Tian, their throats constantly letting out growls. Ho, ho, ho! 2 sharp fangs were exposed, looking extremely ferocious. Luo Tian stood in the same place, not in a hurry to run. There were not many mountain wolves. He was still waiting for more mountain wolves to appear, waiting for them to chase him. Then he would dodge the wolf pack and kill the lone mountain wolves. Just as Luo Tian expected, a few minutes passed. More mountain wolves rushed out. At this time, Luo Tian turned around and ran. Those who did not eat the mountain wolf meat immediately chased after him. Half an hour later, Luo Tian once again appeared in the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was a patch of dense bushes, covering the sky and the sun. Even during the day, the light could not penetrate. No one knew how many mountain wolves were hiding in the dark forest. But after 2 days of observation, there were very few people in this area. This was actually better for Luo Tian. Following the tactic just now, Luo Tian once again threw a mountain wolf dripping with blood at the edge of the darkness. 10 minutes passed. A large group of mountain wolves walked out from the darkness. Luo Tian led 5 mountain wolves to escape. Half an hour later, Luo Tian once again appeared. This continued for a long time. It was not fast, but it was the only way Luo Tian could think of. It was also the only monster beast he could hunt in Wu Mountain. Every mountain wolf gave 15 experience and 1 point of vitality. If he could avoid using vitality, Luo Tian would not use it. This place was not like the profound sky continent. Vitality was too difficult to recover. Furthermore, his dantian was shattered, so he could not absorb vitality from the heaven and earth. He could only rely on killing monsters, killing people, and pills to increase his vitality. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mountain Wolf for gaining 15 experience, 1 vitality. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Mountain Wolf Fong. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the title Butcher. You have received 20 experience points and 10 vitality points as a reward. An honorary title appeared above Luo Tian's head. These titles gave Luo Tian a lot of experience. Unknowingly, a day passed quickly. Luo Tian checked the experience slot and muttered, "I only need 5% more experience to level up." At this moment, Luo Tian looked at the dark forest. After a day and a half of hunting, the number of mountain wolves had decreased significantly. Furthermore, after a day, Luo Tian discovered that the mountain wolves had divided up the corpses of their own kind. They did not eat them on the spot, but instead dragged them back to the shadows. With so many mountain wolves, there must be a mountain wolf leader. Could this be a boss? According to the game settings, there must be a boss inside. However, this was not a game, and Luo Tian was very clear on this point. Should I go in and test it out? The depths of the darkness always emitted an aura that tempted Luo Tian. Let's go in and take a look. Luo Tian suddenly made a decision and prepared to explore the wolf's den. Today's goal has not been completed yet. I have to think of a way to break through to the 3rd stage of the spirit martial realm. Then I'll go and find some rank 1 monsters to kill. Step by step, Luo Tian threw the corpse of the mountain wolf into the forest again. After waiting for 10 minutes, not a single mountain wolf appeared. Luo Tian also stepped in. At this moment, the sky had already slowly darkened. The forest was even darker. Adding on the humidity, The air was filled with a rotten smell. It was extremely unpleasant. Luo Tian carefully walked forward. After walking for about 500 meters, he could not see his fingers in front of him. However, Luo Tian did not meet a single mountain wolf. What's the situation? It can't be that I killed all of them, right? The sky had already darkened. From time to time, there would be heart-palpitating roars from the depths of the forest. The time to hunt for monsters had arrived. At night, it was the world of monsters. At this time, Luo Tian was in a very awkward situation. If he continued to explore, what if he met a high-rank monster? He was not willing to go back without exploring. Since he had already come all the way here, he had to at least see the situation inside. I'll die. What's there to be afraid of? Luo Tian bit his teeth. He increased his speed and quickly moved deeper into the forest. After walking for a few hundred meters, he found that the surrounding aura was different. The rotten smell in the air was even more intense. Bones could be seen everywhere. There are monsters and human skulls. Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, I should be there soon. He became even more careful. Suddenly, Luo Tian pushed aside a bunch of dense leaves. A silver light entered his eyes. An empty space. Above the empty space was a huge moon. The silver moonlight shone down, illuminating the surroundings. On the empty space, there was a huge, smooth stone. On top of the stone stood a huge white wolf. The white wolf's feet shone with a golden light. Luo Tian's heart immediately sank, and he said excitedly, Boss, I guessed right. In the other corners of the open space, there were mountain wolves densely packed together. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they stared at their leader. The white wolf's two cold green eyes were looking at the full moon in the sky. It raised its head and howled the moon. Awoo! At the same time, thousands of mountain wolves cried out at the same time. Awoo! The sound was extremely ear-piercing. Luo Tian was actually unable to bear it. At this time, the white wolf opened its mouth and spat out a fingernail-sized inner core. It flew directly into the air and emitted a fluorescent light. Under the full moon, the fluorescent light actually slowly absorbed the essence of the moon. Traces of pure white essence energy were absorbed into the inner core. Luo Tian's face was extremely shocked. It actually has an inner core. This white wolf is definitely not simple. It is cultivating. The demon beasts of the ancient world were similar to the demon beasts of other planes. They all increased their cultivation by hunting and devouring the blood essence of other demon beasts. However, some demon beasts were gifted. They went back to observe humans and walked their own path of cultivation. The white wolf was like this. Otherwise, with its current cultivation, it would be impossible to condense an inner core. Once a demon beast condensed an inner core, it would be an extremely ferocious existence. It was also an extremely powerful existence. An inner core represented strength. If this inner core were to explode, then I don't have to worry too much about the consumption of vitality. Luo Tian greedily swallowed his saliva. He believed that the demon beast's inner core would definitely be filled with a large amount of vitality. It was definitely the fourth way for him to compensate for his vitality. The first chapter was delivered. Chapter 877. It was really the sound of him swallowing his saliva. The white wolf was shocked and instantly swallowed the inner core back into its stomach. Its two eyes suddenly stared, directly locking onto the place where Luo Tian was hiding. Woo, woo, woo. A series of angry growls came from its throat. Its front claws dug into the ground, revealing two incomparably sharp fangs, and a ferocious aura was instantly released. Two flashing green eyes stared at Luo Tian, as if it had a deep grudge with Luo Tian. These 2 days, Luo Tian had been constantly killing its people. It was very clear, but it did not expect him to be so bold as to enter its hinterland. This was its territory, its forbidden area. Awoo! The white wolf roared. Thousands of mountain wolves suddenly turned around. all letting out fierce growls, revealing their fangs, and long mucus flowed out from between their teeth. Instantly, thousands of mountain wolves pounced over at the same time. F***CK. Run. Luo Tian did not even think about it. The moment the white wolf discovered him, he immediately reacted, not daring to stay for a second longer. Not to mention a white wolf that had cultivated an inner core. Even if there were thousands of mountain wolves, he would not be able to withstand it. Where there's life, there's hope. I'll let you live for 2 more days. Luo Tian muttered, crazily escaping. He looked a little miserable. In his heart, he became more and more unhappy. I've never been chased by demon beasts like this. Damn it, this ancient world is really hard to survive. The harder it is to survive, the more I want to make a name for myself. That's who I am. Luo Tian's determination to become stronger was once again determined. He had never given in. No matter how difficult it was, he would brace himself and do it. No matter what the outcome was, at least he had risked his life and worked hard. He would not regret anything that he did. Whoa, whoa. A few howls of the white wolf, as if it was arranging tactics, also seemed to be scolding, angry and dissatisfied howls. At this time, the mountain wolves fought even harder. In this dark night, in the dense forest, Luo Tian was almost tripped by the branches several times. He stumbled and climbed up. The anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He shouted loudly, come on, chase me. If you can't kill me today, I'll kill you in a few days. The image of the Naiden appeared in his mind. The consumption of primordial qi was too great. A single divine flame consumed 100 divine flames. If he didn't get some supplies, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. Furthermore, he wanted to return to Wushan and use Wang Li's hand to slap Wu Feng's face. This matter. When Wang Li sent bounty hunters to kill him, he swore that he would definitely do it. He would definitely slap Wang Li and Wu Feng's face. However, before he had enough power to protect himself, he would not return to the martial mountain city. Otherwise, not only would he fail to slap the other party's face, he might even lose his life. As for now, Luo Tian could only run for his life. Although he was shouting, his heart was filled with excitement. Wait, all of you, just wait for me. Huff, huff. He desperately ran out of the dark forest. Standing at the edge of the forest, Luo Tian watched as the mountain wolves gradually stopped. With his hands on his waist, Luo Tian panted heavily and said, Come and chase me again. Come and chase me. Mother *****. Awu, the white wolf in the depths roared, and the mountain wolves quickly disappeared and retreated. Luo Tian's heart relaxed, and he directly lay on the ground, panting like an ox. I'm too tired, being chased by a group of mountain wolves like this. Damn it, wait until I break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm. I will definitely kill you. Rest for half a minute. Luo Tian walked towards the cave. Before entering the cave, he still checked the beast traps around him. Suddenly, a beast trap had been moved, but there were no traces of blood on it. It wasn't a beast couldn't be so smart, and it was even more impossible for a beast to be here. There was only one possibility: human. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened and he became more careful. On the surface, he didn't reveal any expression. Walking to a dark place, Luo Tian summoned the divine void mirror. The divine void mirror was a divine object. Even in the ancient world, the power of the laws here couldn't bind it, unlike other magic treasures that couldn't be used at all. Immediately, Luo Tian hummed a little tune and pretended that he didn't know anything as he walked towards the cave. Before he reached the cave, a figure appeared behind him. There was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth and killing intent in his eyes. You're Luo Tian, right? Luo Tian's face changed, and he suddenly turned around. Looking at a man with a scar on his face, he said, I'm Luo Tian. Who are you? It's Luo Tian. Then there's no mistake. The man took out a dagger and coldly laughed, saying, Someone paid money to buy your life. Dying in my hands is your honor. Kid, today is your last day in the ancient continent. Luo Tian asked, "Before I die, can you tell me who wants my life? That way I can die in peace." Hyena proudly laughed, saying, "There's no harm in telling you, since you're dead. It's Spirit Gathering Sect's Elder Wang Li. I don't know how you offended him, but he paid 50 cultivation coins to buy your head. For a mere muggle that just entered the ancient world to be worth 50 cultivation coins, this is the most valuable business I, Hyena, have done since I became a bounty hunter." As expected, it's him. Luo Tian's heart moved, although he had guessed it, but he still wanted to know who it was. He thought to himself, "Wang Li, you dog, you want my life, right? Just you wait." Hyena said, "Okay, it's time to send you on your way." Luo Tian's body retreated half a step, saying, "It's not certain who will send who on their way." "Hee, trash, don't struggle. The more you struggle, the more miserable your death will be." Hyena coldly laughed. Then, with a step, layers of afterimages appeared, instantly appearing beside Luo Tian. His dagger slashed through the air. Like flowing water, his movements were simple and clean, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. This set of attacks was very beautiful. It could be seen that Hyena was not ordinary. But a second before Hyena attacked, Luo Tian had already locked onto him. The moment he attacked, God Flame! Boom! A flame shot out from his palm. Shock appeared in Hyena's eyes. His body dodged, but his attack was also interrupted. But he did not dodge, and the shock on his face deepened. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Boom! The god flame exploded on Hyena's body. Luo Tian thought to himself, "Instant kill!" Hyena's cultivation was too high, a few realms higher than him. With just strength, he had no chance of winning. He could only rely on the god flame's sudden attack, hoping to trigger the 5% chance of instant kill. The second chapter has been delivered. There will be an update tonight. Brothers, can you give Old Cow some support? Today's monthly votes are too little. Chrysanthemum, I want Chrysanthemum. Chapter 878. Let's kill him instantly. If I can't kill him instantly, he will kill me instantly. Luo Tian's eyes widened as he stared at Hyena under the flame. It stopped for half a second. There was no notification from the system. Luo Tian knew in his heart that there was no instant kill effect. A 5% chance was really too low. Moreover, it depended on luck whether or not one could kill him instantly. It didn't mean that if you hit him 100 times, there would be 5 instant kills. This was a probability. It was possible that even if you hit him 1,000 times, you wouldn't be able to kill him 5 times. It was also possible that you could kill him 5 times. Therefore, in the end, it was a matter of luck. This time, Luo Tian's luck wasn't that good. The moment he confirmed that there was no instant kill, Luo Tian suddenly moved and rushed forward. He lowered his fists and released the Mountain River Fist. Mountain River Fist. Spirit Gathering Sect's basic cultivation technique? You are from Spirit Gathering Sect. Then why did Elder Wang Li want to kill you? This Spirit Gathering Sect's matters are really complicated. But since I have accepted this mission, no matter who you are or which sect you are from, you have to die. Hyena said a few words. That flame made him a little irritated. The moment he saw Luo Tian rushing forward, he exploded with all his strength. His figure was like lightning as he shuttled forward. One sword to the throat. Shwa! Chi! The dagger cut through the night sky, and blood spurted out. Under the white moonlight, it looked unusually bright red. The difference in cultivation level was too big, an insurmountable gap. Luo Tian's throat was cut open and blood gushed out. His body slowly fell to the ground. His eyes stared at Hyena. His hands were on his throat and blood was spurting out of his mouth. Just you wait, just you wait. I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. Won't let me go? You're already dead. Why won't you let me go? Kid, just accept your fate. After all, you've spent 2 days in the ancient world. That's an honor for you. Besides, it's an honor for you to die by my hands. Ha ha ha. Hyena sneered disdainfully. He didn't take Luo Tian's words to heart. How could he not let go of a person who was about to die? Become a ghost? What a joke. Blood flowed to the ground, and Luo Tian's body slowly stiffened, and he stopped breathing. That was it. Hyena didn't let Luo Tian go. He used his dagger to cut off Luo Tian's head. Then he sneered and said, Brat, it's Wang Li who wants your life. If you don't want to let him go, then go find him as a ghost. But I advise you to save your breath. Even if you become a ghost, you still wouldn't be his opponent. While speaking, Hyena wrapped up Luo Tian's head and revealed a complacent smile, saying, 50 cultivation coins in hand. This money is really easy to earn. Looking at the half of Luo Tian's body, Hyena sneered and turned towards the exit of Wu Mountain. He had to go back to turn in the mission and receive the reward. Exactly half an hour after he left, behind a large tree, Luo Tian clenched his fists, clenched them, and clenched them again. His eyes were bloodshot. He was very unhappy, extremely unhappy. He had never been so unhappy before. The feeling of being killed was really hard to bear, even though it was just an illusion, even though it was just an avatar in the divine void mirror. But the feeling of being killed, having his throat pierced and having his head cut off, he could clearly feel it. It was as if he had died once. The moment his head was cut off, Luo Tian's entire body turned cold. He shivered and held his breath, not daring to make the slightest sound. He was worried that Hyena would discover him. It doesn't matter if you kill me, but you still cut off my head. Just you wait. I will use an even more vicious method to return it to you. Luo Tian looked at the darkness and frowned. He had died once. Luo Tian's determination to become stronger once again became firm. Back in the cave, Luo Tian filled his stomach as usual. However, this time he did not rest. Instead, he walked out of the cave and headed towards the back of the mountain. He could not waste any more time. He wanted to level up, he wanted to break through, he wanted to take revenge for everything that had happened in the past 2 days. He wanted to ruthlessly slap Wang Li's face. He wanted Hyena to pay the price. All of this could only be accomplished through one way: become stronger. This was Luo Tian's only path. In the darkness of the night, Luo Tian appeared at the edge of the dark forest like a madman. At this time, there were a few mountain wolves shining with green light at the edge of the forest. Luo Tian roared, "All of you, come out! Today, I will F***CK you all over." Woo-oh, woo-oh! A few mountain wolves fiercely roared, their green pupils flashing with a cold light. At this moment, they also pounced out, locking onto Luo Tian's throat. Their fangs were incomparably sharp. Luo Tian's body did not move. When he thought of the scene of his throat being cut by Hyena's sword, the anger in his heart erupted. He moved his right fist, and the moment the mountain wolf bit down, he swept his fist out. "Get down!" Bam! It directly smashed the mountain wolf to the ground. Awoo! It let out a painful scream. Luo Tian did not wait for it to get up. He stepped on its body with one foot and fiercely attacked its head with 2 fists. After a few punches, it was directly smashed to death. Ding! Congratulations, player! Luo Tian did not care about the system beep at all. Sweeping his gaze across the 6 mountain wolves that had already surrounded him, Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Come at me together! I was just worried that I wouldn't have the chance to train my fighting skills." Roar! Roar! The mountain wolves were provoked, and the 6 of them pounced forward together. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, "Come." 1 man, 6 wolves fought together. Early morning, in a backyard of the spirit gathering sect. Wang Li woke up early in the morning. Looking at Hyena and the bag in his hands that was still stained with blood, he laughed and took out 50 profound coin from his bosom and said, "As expected, you did not disappoint me. You killed this trash within 2 days. Well done. Hyena did not have the slightest bit of arrogance in front of Wang Li. He bowed and said, "How can I delay the matter that Elder Wang has instructed me to do? Thank you, Elder Wang. The next time there is a mission like this, I will pay half price." Wang Li waved his hand and said, "Got it, you can leave first." Hyena handed over the head and immediately left. Wang Li took the head and walked towards the martial arts practice field that was unique to the Spirit Gathering sect. "Good morning, Elder Wang." "Good morning, Elder Wang." "Good morning, Elder Wang." When many disciples saw Wang Li, they all respectfully greeted him. Suddenly, a burst of cheers came from the martial arts practice field. Senior Brother Wu has broken through to the second level of the spirit martial realm. In less than 3 days, he has already broken through. No wonder he is a medium talent. The strongest existence in this batch of disciples. In less than 3 days, he broke through. I used 3 years to break through. Senior Brother Wu is indeed not ordinary. Hearing these voices, Wang Li was even happier. He walked in large strides in front of Wu Feng and smiled. "Good job. You did not disappoint me." Then, Wang Li raised the bloody bag in his hand into the air. Wu Feng was startled and suddenly realized. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Wang. I have forgotten about that kid. I don't care about a trash like him. It doesn't matter if he dies or not." He had never put Luo Tian in his eyes. He was extremely cold and arrogant, and also extremely disdainful. To him, Luo Tian had never looked him in the eye even once. At the same time, Luo Tian's body was covered in blood. Surrounding him were wolf corpses. His body was also covered in wounds, but his face was extremely excited and said, "Just a bit more experience, and I will level up. I'm a little tired today, so I'll start with 3 chapters. Thank you for everyone's support. Thank you, brothers. At the same time, I wish everyone a Christmas Eve filled with passion and joy. Merry Christmas." Chapter 879. On the 3rd day, after hunting for an entire night, a large wave of mountain wolves was slaughtered in the gloomy forest. The speed was very slow. However, he was only a little bit away from the experience. Just one more mountain wolf, and I'll be able to level up. I'm getting closer and closer to the 5th stage of the spiritual martial realm. What kind of power will I get as a reward? The power of penetration? Or, wow, just thinking about it makes my nose bleed. From now on, all women will be naked in front of me. This feeling is like coming to heaven, ha ha ha. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud in excitement. Roar! A mountain wolf pounced forward. Luo Tian retaliated with a punch. Get down on the ground. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A woo! With a wail, the mountain wolf fell to the ground and died. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a mountain wolf. You've gained 15 experience and 1 essence value. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level: 3rd stage spiritual martial realm. Ha ha ha! I leveled up. Luo Tian looked at his own level and became secretly excited. Only 2 levels away. When I reach the 5th stage of the spiritual martial realm, I'll be able to get the system's reward. I'm really looking forward to it. When I reach the 5th stage of the spiritual martial realm, I should also make a trip back to Martial Mountain City. At the very least, I should give Wang Li's old face a slap before leaving. Thinking about Wang Li and Wu Feng's contempt, Luo Tian's heart became very unhappy. Just you wait. Woo woo! A dull roar sounded out. It was incomparably intense and carried with it a vigorous aura. Luo Tian's mind tensed up and he immediately retreated a few steps. His eyes stared at the darkness and the corner of his mouth hooked up coldly. You're finally willing to come out? The White Wolf King walked out from the darkness, step by step. 2 eyes with a brutal aura stared at Luo Tian, causing Luo Tian to feel a little scared. It was the first time he was looked at like this by a demon beast. However, Luo Tian's heart was still filled with excitement because the White Wolf King was a boss. Moreover, it was a monster with a high-level monster's inner core. Obviously, this was a benefit for bosses in the beginner village. Usually, these kinds of bosses would drop very good items. The White Wolf King looked at Luo Tian, and Luo Tian looked back at it. A rank 3 spiritual martial realm? Luo Tian wasn't confident either. After all, he didn't know how strong the White Wolf King was. However, he couldn't think too much about it now. He had to kill this White Wolf King. Now that you've come out, you're delivering yourself to my door. Woo! The White Wolf King bared its fangs and let out a ferocious growl. Its eyes flashed with a cold light. Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, it pounced on him. So, the white figure moved. It was so fast that Luo Tian couldn't react in time. F***CK. Luo Tian's face turned sinister. After a night of killing, he had already fallen into a very tired state. Now that he met the White Wolf King, he was at a disadvantage in terms of stamina. However, he couldn't care less about it now. Divine Fire, let's blast you first. What if I kill it in 1 second? Regardless of whether it could cause an instant kill or not, he would first use the Divine Fire to bombard the White Wolf King. Other than the instant kill attribute of the Divine Fire, after several attempts, Luo Tian found that the Divine Fire also had the attribute of interrupting cultivation techniques. In the game, it was called Interrupt, even if it could interrupt the opponent's skills that were about to be released or had already been released. If it wasn't an instant kill, it must be an interrupt. Boom! In a hurry, Luo Tian released the Divine Fire. A ball of flame accurately hit the White Wolf King's body. The White Wolf King's body jumped in the air, wanting to dodge. However, the system had locked onto it. No matter how it dodged, it was useless. Moreover, the speed of the Divine Fire wasn't any slower than it. 89-inch, there was no instant kill. Luo Tian was a little disappointed. Looking at the bright red numbers floating above the White Wolf King's head, he thought to himself, "It seems that the damage of the Divine Fire will indeed increase as my level increases. Then it's going to be fun." There was no instant kill. Luo Tian was already prepared in his heart. So, the moment the Divine Fire was blasted out, Luo Tian moved as well. Both of his fists moved, releasing the power of mountains and rivers. The moment the White Wolf King was hit by the flames, Luo Tian threw 2 punches at it. Bam! Bam! The White Wolf King was attacked once again. However, it was not like the other mountain wolves, receiving 3 attacks. It was not suppressed by Luo Tian, rolling its body, supporting itself with its hind legs, instantly jumping out of Luo Tian's attack range. Its reaction was extremely fast. Even if Luo Tian wanted to chase after it a few more times, it would be useless. He thought to himself, if only there was a rising dragon skill at this time, it would be great. It would directly blast the White Wolf King into the sky, and then fiercely follow up with a few punches. This would be a perfect combo. What a pity, what a pity. In the profound sky continent, it was very easy for Luo Tian to create a combo. Speed coupled with attack speed, it was very easy to create a combo. But this was the ancient world. Everything was restricted by the powerful power of the ancient code. Without a seamless combo, it was impossible to create a combo. Furthermore, Luo Tian's current cultivation was too low. His speed could not keep up at all. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to do it. After the 2 punches, Luo Tian sneered and said, "What are you running for?" Before he could finish his words, the White Wolf King's body bounced, its 4 limbs stepping on a big tree, directly flying into the air, fiercely pressing down on Luo Tian. This speed was too fast. Luo Tian's face darkened as he anxiously retreated. He stared at the White Wolf King and frowned. However, his speed was still a bit slower than the White Wolf King's. No matter how fast Luo Tian's reaction was, it was useless. Howl! With a move of its front claws, its sharp claws were revealed. As if it had released a set of cultivation techniques, it made a piercing sound in the air as its front claws fiercely scratched. Hua! Hua! 8 claw marks cut through Luo Tian's chest, causing 8 bloody marks to appear. The pain was unbearable. It hurts. Luo Tian looked at his health point, and the moment he was hit, his body suddenly stopped. If he did not leave at this time, as long as he was pounced on by the White Wolf King and pressed under its body, he would definitely die. Luo Tian actually did not move at this time. Wasn't this courting death? A look of contempt flashed across the White Wolf King's eyes. It thought that Luo Tian had been stunned by it and was completely scared silly. Immediately after, the White Wolf King's 2 claws directly pressed down on Luo Tian's shoulders and suddenly pounced down. Its bloody mouth opened wide and directly bit down on the aorta on Luo Tian's neck. The mucus dripped onto Luo Tian's face. Being pressed down by the White Wolf King, Luo Tian's expression did not panic. Instead, it was surprisingly calm. The calmer he was at this time, the calmer he became. From the White Wolf King's eyes, he knew that the White Wolf King thought that it was very strong and did not put him in its eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. The moment the White Wolf King bit down, Luo Tian's hand held the mountain wolf Feng tightly. The incomparably sharp mountain wolf, Feng, fiercely stabbed towards the White Wolf King's jaw. I don't believe that you won't die. Chapter 1. Chapter 880. He suddenly attacked. He had been accumulating power for a long time. Luo Tian had thought of this move from the beginning. He just didn't expect it to be executed so smoothly. Luo Tian's mountain wolf Feng stabbed towards the White Wolf King's jaw. Awoo! A painful cry. The White Wolf King spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood directly splashed onto Luo Tian's face. Are you going to die? Luo Tian's hand once again exerted force, directly piercing through the White Wolf King's lower jaw. His sharp fangs directly extended into the White Wolf King's mouth. The White Wolf King screamed again. No matter how long it stayed, it wanted to escape. At this time, how could Luo Tian let it escape? Using all his strength, Luo Tian flew up and directly rode on the White Wolf King's body. His fists were like a storm as he crazily punched down. The damage value was not high, but the White Wolf King's HP was dropping rapidly. It couldn't hold on for long. Awoo! 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 Screams pierced through the quiet morning. Not far away, a few young people wearing Wu Mountain Soaring Sky Gate clothes came out from a cave. The White Wolf King's cry. From the cry, it seems to be very painful. Who would kill the White Wolf King so early in the morning? You must know that the gloomy forest is the White Wolf King's territory. There are thousands of mountain wolves. Even a 5th stage spiritual martial realm warrior wouldn't dare to rashly enter. Who would be so powerful? Could it be a high stage spiritual martial realm warrior? Impossible. Why would a high stage spiritual martial realm warrior kill the White Wolf King? It doesn't have an orb. Also, it won't be easy to get away from a pack of wolves. Could it be that the beasts are fighting for territory? A stronger beast wants to occupy the White Wolf King's territory? This kind of thing wasn't impossible. Beasts were the same as humans. They also fought for territory. Let's go and see. Anyway, it's not far away. Maybe we can even get a share of the good stuff. Ha ha ha, Senior Lu is right. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The White Wolf King was still fleeing frantically as blood kept spewing out of its mouth. Luo Tian gripped the White Wolf King's fur tightly with one hand, while his other hand continued to bombard the White Wolf King with the other. The bombardment was so intense that even Luo Tian had the urge to kill himself. My attack power is too low. This damage is so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. If it weren't for the fatal strike just now causing the White Wolf King to lose its will to fight, I wouldn't be a match for it at all. Thank goodness. Luckily, I didn't read those novels in my previous life for nothing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of such an attack. Sure enough, knowledge is power. Luo Tian secretly rejoiced. The White Wolf King was already at the end of its rope and could not hold on for much longer. It's a boss. It'll definitely drop some good stuff, right? Luo Tian became excited. You still want to run? I want to see how far you can run. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and refused to let go. His health was about to hit rock bottom. If he let go now, he would simply be making life difficult for himself. No matter how tired he was, Luo Tian desperately held on. After a night of fighting, coupled with the 2 sharp claws of the White Wolf King, and the bumpy journey, the wound on his chest was constantly bleeding. Even so, Luo Tian would not let go. There were still things waiting for him in Wushan City. Wang Li was still waiting. If he knew that he was not dead, he would definitely send bounty hunters. He would also hunt him down. Wu Feng's disdainful face, and see at the training ground. Luo Tian would not let these people go. A bunch of snobs who looked down on others. Luo Tian would ruthlessly slap their faces. Bang! 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 Punch after punch. Luo Tian did not know how many punches he had thrown. His mind was a little blurry due to excessive blood loss. He bit his tongue and forced himself to wake up. He saw the last bit of the White Wolf King's health. Luo Tian's final punch landed. Explode for me! Bang! A punch landed. The White Wolf King whimpered and let out a miserable cry. Its body swayed and fell. The moment the White Wolf fell, its 2 eyes looked at Luo Tian with a pleading expression. From its eyes, Luo Tian felt a motherly love for her young child. However, Luo Tian was exhausted. His body went limp and he fell to the other side, panting heavily. Huff, huff, huff. It's finally dead. At this moment, the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing White Wolf King, for obtaining 300 experience, 30 essence energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a rank 1 inner core. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Wolf King Fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining White Wolf King Cub. Do you wish to accept it as your battle pet? Luo Tian was suddenly taken aback. He recalled the White Wolf King's pleading eyes and thought about why it kept running. If it resisted with all its might, it was uncertain who would die. However, it only wanted to escape. No wonder. It turned out that there was a wolf cub. After the system's voice disappeared, the White Wolf King's stomach flattened. Luo Tian looked at the White Wolf cub that was sleeping soundly like a puppy in his interspatial ring. His heart ached as he looked at the White Wolf King's wide eyes and said, "Don't worry, I will treat it as a brother. It's just that I've let you down." As if the White Wolf King had heard it, it revealed a faint smile and closed its eyes. It was a very strange thing. Luo Tian was too lazy to think too much about it. He would do what he said he would. Since he had promised the White Wolf King that he would treat its young son well, then Luo Tian would definitely do it. Moreover, the White Wolf King's fighting strength was not bad. If he could command this pack of wolves, it would be a very powerful force. Luo Tian opened the system, looked at the Wolf King Fist. The idea moved and said, "Cultivate!" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating Wolf King Fist. Cultivation method: Wolf King Fist grade. First grade, it could be considered a very ordinary fist technique. Luo Tian needed an ancient world's cultivation technique right now, so he would not let go of any cultivation technique. After cultivating the Wolf King Fist, Luo Tian looked at the pure white Niden. The Niden was very small and Luo Tian took it out. Looking at the small Niden, he could clearly feel the essence Qi being released from the Niden. This is the Niden. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and checked the system. Item: Level 1 Wolf King's Niden Essence Qi. 2,000 points. Do you want to devour it? 2,000 points of Essence Qi. This is great. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was overjoyed. For the time being, he did not have to worry about the lack of essence qi. It was also at this time. A shocked and excited voice came from the forest. Senior brother, it's the Wolf King's Naiden. The second chapter. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. The old cow loves you all. There's another chapter tonight. Chapter 881. The 4 disciples of the Soaring Heavens sect were already hiding in the dark. They wanted to see who killed the White Wolf King. When they saw that Luo Tian was only at the 3rd stage of the spiritual martial realm, they were all shocked. A 3rd stage spiritual martial realm cultivator was able to kill the White Wolf King alone. This was something they could not do. The White Wolf King was a special demon beast. They had wanted to kill it before, but they were afraid of thousands of mountain wolves and did not dare to do so. The White Wolf King's body was full of treasures. Its fur and bones could be sold for a lot of money. They became greedy. However, they didn't attack immediately. When Luo Tian took out the Naiden, their eyes flickered, and one of them cried out in alarm. Naiden! It's a Naiden of a demonic beast. Luo Tian's face was shocked. Because he was tired, he had been killing the White Wolf King, and his mind was in a tense state. After killing the White Wolf King, he relaxed and did not pay attention to his surroundings. He did not know that there were people hiding here. Luo Tian looked at the forest and said indifferently, "Come out, is there a need to hide?" Ha ha ha. Ha. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that a mere White Wolf King would have an inner core. I didn't let you see how you dug out the White Wolf King's body. How did you get the inner core? Lu Wang laughed excitedly. Looking at the small inner core in Luo Tian's hand, his eyes lit up. This was a greedy gaze. The price of a rank 1 inner core in the Martial Mountain City was more than 500 profound coins, and the supply did not meet the demand. One must know that 500 profound coins, to an ordinary family of 4, would not be able to spend it all in their lifetime. This was a very generous sum of money. Then again, as a warrior, they all wanted to become stronger. With this inner core, they might not be able to break through, but they would be able to take a step forward in their strength. After being discovered by Luo Tian, Lu Wang, and the other 3 had nothing to hide. The 4 of them walked out from the forest. Looking at the exhausted Luo Tian, each of them had an excited smile on their faces. "Kid, I advise you to be tactful. Don't worry about the inner core, and we'll let you live." Lu Wang said proudly, "Right now, you're exhausted and you're not our opponent. Even if you're full of energy, in front of me, who's in the 4th rank of the spirit martial realm, I can kill you with one hand. Senior brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him." "Yes, I don't know what kind of luck this kid has, killing the White Wolf King and getting an inner core. Maybe he has some other good stuff on him. This isn't Martial Mountain City. There's no rule that forbids killing. Also, senior brother, look at his clothes. He doesn't belong to any sect in Martial Mountain City. He must be a rogue cultivator. No one will care if a rogue cultivator dies." "Well said," the other 3 said with a smile. Lu Wang smiled and said, "Kid, you heard it. It's not against the law to kill people in Wu Mountain. Even if you're a disciple of any sect in Wu Mountain City, it's not against the law. In Wu Mountain, whoever has the hardest fist is the law. I'll give you one more chance. Put down the inner core and get out of here." Luo Tian's face darkened and said, "What if I don't put it down?" "Very simple. Die." Lu Wang said with a sneer. He looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a fish on a chopping board, completely under his control. Luo Tian didn't put down the inner core. Instead, he swallowed it in front of the 4 of them. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for swallowing the inner core. The inner core has begun to replenish Yuan Qi. The inner core began to release Yuan Qi bit by bit. The Yuan Qi turned into Yuan Qi and slowly rose, just like taking medicine. When the 4 of them saw Luo Tian swallow the White Wolf King's inner core, their faces were filled with anger. Lu Wang immediately roared and said, "You dog, How dare you swallow the inner core? You're dead. Senior brother, the inner core has just been swallowed. As long as we cut open this kid's stomach and take it out, it'll still be useful. That's right. Senior brother, I'll kill this kid now. While they were talking, a disciple moved his feet and directly rushed out. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and his speed was extremely fast. He wanted to grab Luo Tian's throat. That person was in the 3rd stage of the spiritual martial realm. His cultivation was in the middle stage of the 3rd stage of the spiritual martial realm. He had been training in the 3rd stage of the spiritual martial realm for 3 years. Luo Tian had just entered the 3rd stage of the spiritual martial realm. To him, there was no difference between the early stage, middle stage, or high stage. Facing the disciple's fast attack, he revealed a frightened expression and did not move. When he was about to grab his throat, Luo Tian suddenly made his move. Both fists moved. He directly punched out. Mountain River Fist. Pum! Both fists heavily hit that person's chest, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face instantly turned pale. He didn't think that Luo Tian would suddenly make a move. Moreover, his strength was so dense. How was this a person who was exhausted? Luo Tian, when he made a move, it was like this. Even if he was tired, he would use all his strength. He would definitely not hold back. After one successful punch, Luo Tian did not stop there. He leaned his body and directly stuck to that person's chest. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and his left and right hand joined together. He directly attacked the person's sun blood. Wolf King Claw. Puchi. Puchi. Ah! He directly grabbed that person's sun blood and pulled out a lump of flesh. That person fell to the ground and twitched a few times. His eyes rolled up and he died. 2 attacks. It was incomparably sharp and clean. His movements were even more natural and smooth. It could be said to be gorgeous. Lu Wang and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Looking at their junior brother lying on the ground, they couldn't react for a few seconds. Ah, Mountain River Fist? You're a disciple of the Spirit Gathering sect? Humph. Bastard. Today I don't care if you're a disciple of the Spirit Gathering sect or any other sect. Even if you're a disciple of God, you can't escape death. Lu Wang was furious and shouted, "Attack together and kill him!" The 3 of them formed a triangle and quickly surrounded Luo Tian. Luo Tian became careful. It was okay to deal with people at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm. However, he didn't have much confidence in dealing with those at the 4th level. Go! Suddenly, Lu Wang shouted and rushed up first. His 2 hands turned into a few illusions, and people couldn't see them clearly. The other 2 followed at the same time. The few of them had been together every day, so their teamwork was very good. Once Lu Wang's phantom hand was released, the other 2 immediately forced Luo Tian up. Luo Tian's eyes locked onto a disciple at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm. His expression was even fiercer than the White Wolf King. He held a mountain wolf fang in his hand. Ignoring Lu Wang's attack, he rushed towards the person he locked onto. At this moment, Mountain River Fist was off cooldown. Wolf King Claw was still on cooldown. Godly Fire! I'll fire at you first! At this moment, maybe earlier than Lu Wang and the other 3, on the other side a young girl was standing on a big tree. A new day has begun. Old Cow begs for a monthly ticket. Chapter 882. It was the same as a long time ago. The divine fire still did not cause an instant kill. A 5% chance was too difficult to trigger. Luo Tian was already prepared in his heart. The divine fire blasted down and took away 1/3 of the HP on the soaring Heaven Gate disciple's head. In the instant that he was in a daze, Luo Tian's fists were like cannons as they heavily struck forward. Bang, bang. The 2 punches sent that person flying. At this moment, Luo Tian received a heavy blow from behind. His body sank and he almost fell to the ground. Hiss! Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air, his face revealing a pained expression. but he still did not stop. He directly pounced on the disciple who was hit by him and fiercely punched him twice, roaring in a heavy voice, "Die, die, die! I want to see if you will die or not." He was completely like a madman. The disciple hugged his head with both hands and let out a painful cry for help. "Senior Brother Lu, save me! Senior Brother Lu, quickly save me! Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" He kept begging for mercy. Lu Wang was shocked by Luo Tian's actions and thought to himself, "Is this person crazy?" However, his attacks did not stop. He took a step forward and scolded disdainfully, "Brat, die for me!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 2 punches landed. Luo Tian's back hurt again, and his health point dropped by a large amount. It was very uncomfortable, but he still did not let go. Instead, he laughed coldly, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, die for me. Bam! A punch was thrown down. Kill that person. Luo Tian suddenly stood up, his eyes locked onto Lu Wang, who was in front of him, and laughed sinisterly. "Only the 2 of you are left." One of the disciples beside Lu Wang was already scared out of his wits. He had seen people killed before, and he had never seen a way like Luo Tian's. He was too scary, completely disregarding his own life and death. Locking onto his target, he had to kill him. This Luo Tian was a complete madman. Lu Wang's face twisted as he let out a hollow laugh. "So what if I killed 2 of them? Do you think you're my opponent? No matter how strong a rank 3 spiritual martial realm is, it's impossible to defeat a rank 4 spiritual martial realm. Little brat, just accept your fate." While speaking, Lu Wang's face turned cold. He unleashed all his power of a rank 4 spiritual martial realm. The claw became a tiger, and a tiger's roar resounded in the air. It ferociously clawed towards Luo Tian. Its 5 claws were incomparably sharp, and its speed was so fast that Luo Tian couldn't see it clearly. This was the strength of a rank 4 spirit martial realm cultivator. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he directly swallowed the essence building pill that Qin Sen had dropped. His HP recovered by 1 point. His physical strength had also recovered a little. Looking at Lu Wang's claw, Luo Tian couldn't think of a way to dodge it. The godly fire was in cool down, and he couldn't use the mountain river fist or the wolf king's claw. Moreover, Lu Wang was at the 4th rank of the spirit martial realm. Luo Tian couldn't resist at all. "Can't block it." "Then I'll block it." Luo Tian stood in the horse stance with his feet rooted in the ground. His eyebrows were tightly locked as he stared at Lu Wang's hands. His entire body was in a state of being one with the heavens. "Ha ha ha, little brat, you can't block it. You're already exhausted and your physical strength has dropped to the lowest point. You've already received 2 heavy attacks. This 3rd attack isn't something a rank 3 spirit martial realm cultivator can handle. Ha ha ha." Lu Wang madly laughed. "The Naiden on your body is mine. Ha ha ha." As soon as his voice faded, Lu Wang's 2 claws, one claw locked onto Luo Tian's throat and the other claw attacked his chest. Either claw would hit Luo Tian and he wouldn't be able to handle it. "Senior, kill him. Kill him." The other disciple's face was filled with excitement. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear anymore. He knew that Luo Tian was going to die. No one in the 3rd rank of the spirit martial realm could resist Lu Wang's tiger claw. Luo Tian's heart was one with the heavens. "Block it. As long as I can block this attack, I have a way to cripple him." Luo Tian didn't defend. Instead, he gathered all his power. He was storing power. As long as Lu Wang's attack didn't kill him, he would cripple Lu Wang. Luo Tian was a madman. When he fought, he was the one that didn't care about his life. A rank 3 spirit martial realm cultivator wasn't a match for a rank 4 spirit martial realm cultivator. However, he was still very confident. As long as he could block this attack, he could make Lu Wang kneel in front of him. In an instant, Luo Tian's mouth slightly turned cold as he laughed sinisterly. At this moment, Lu Wang's claws struck down. A sword sound pierced through the sky and suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's ears. His heart turned cold. There's still someone else. His face changed. But Luo Tian didn't have time to react. The sword sound was ear-piercing, and the speed was so fast that no one could react. Luo Tian thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect that Lu Wang's claws would stop 3 centimeters away from his throat. His eyes widened, and he looked behind Luo Tian. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his face was incomparably pale. He looked down and saw a cold sword stabbing into his throat. He felt his body slowly turning cold. You, Potong. Lu Wang's body went soft and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open like a cow's eyes as he died with grievances. On the other side, the last soaring heaven sect disciple was so scared that his legs went soft. He turned around and frantically ran away. He stumbled all the way and almost fell to the ground several times. He let out a series of screams. Murder, murder! Luo Tian didn't move. This was because the cold sword was still on his shoulder. Looking at this slender sword, Luo Tian knew that the owner of the sword was definitely a woman. Moreover, she was definitely a great beauty. He lightly said, "Beauty, do you also want my life?" Buzz. The cold sword retracted and said coldly, "I am not interested in your life, nor am I interested in the Wolf King's inner core on your body, but I am very interested in you as a person. What is your name? Am I that handsome? This is the first time we've met, right? You're already captivated by me?" Luo Tian slowly turned around. As he spoke, he was extremely careful. He knew that even 10 Luwangs wouldn't be a match for the woman behind him. This woman's swordsmanship was extremely strong, and her cultivation was something that Luo Tian was currently unable to reach. If you continue to be so glib, your tongue will leave your mouth. The woman's voice was still cold. This kind of coldness was different from the coldness of cold frost. This kind of coldness came from the bones, and it was accompanied by an extremely strong sense of self-confidence. She didn't put anything in her eyes, just like a queen. Cold and elegant, noble and chilling to the bones. Look up again. Luo Tian immediately cursed and said, F***CK. Begging for monthly votes, brothers, I'm counting on you. Chapter 883. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian softly fell back to the ground, and his eyes slowly closed. Acting skills. Although his acting skills were a bit exaggerated, that kind of expression was completely many times better than the movie Emperor. He fainted just like that. However, Pucci. The queen chuckled, and her ice-cold expression instantly turned into a warm spring breeze. This smile was truly devastatingly beautiful, and even more deadly. The cold sword in the queen's hand moved slightly and directly pointed at Luo Tian's crotch. Once again, she revealed an ice-cold expression and said, "If you pretend to faint again, I'll cut him off." "I'm fine." "Ah, I'm fine. I'm completely fine." "Faint? Did I faint just now? Why didn't I know?" Luo Tian instantly sat up, revealing a look of ignorance. His expression was as serious as it could be. He looked at the queen with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you all right? Your face is rosy, and the poison should have been removed." "I'm relieved now." The queen's face darkened and said, "How did you help me suck out the poison?" While they were talking, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Luo Tian stood up, still pretending that he didn't know anything, and said, "Suck?" "I didn't suck it. I squeezed it out with my hands. I know that men and women shouldn't touch each other. If I were to give you poison, then you wouldn't be able to get married, but it's fine, Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, the queen sneered, "If I kill you, no one will know, right?" "Huh." Luo Tian was startled. His cultivation was not as good as the queen's, and her cold and noble temperament completely crushed him. Looking at the 2 fish he brought from the river, he immediately changed the topic and said, "You must be hungry. I'll roast fish for you." As he spoke, he quickly picked up some dry wood and set up a bonfire. He didn't look at the queen at all. The queen stared at Luo Tian until she smelled the tantalizing charred aroma of the grilled fish. Her stomach couldn't help but growl, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Luo Tian sprinkled some seasonings on the grilled fish. The aroma of the grilled fish was enough to draw out the gluttonous worms in people's stomachs. The queen turned away. She still had that cold and noble aura around her. She didn't even look at the grilled fish. She tried her best to control her stomach, but it still kept growling. She had been chased by the heavenly devil sex assassins for 16 days. During this half a month, she hadn't eaten a single bit of food. Although she would be fine even if she didn't eat for a month with her current cultivation, in front of this fragrant grilled fish. Even if she wasn't hungry, she still couldn't help herself. Luo Tian handed a grilled fish to the queen and said, "Eat." The queen was unmoved. Luo Tian immediately said, "Forget it if you don't want to eat. I'll eat." As he spoke, Luo Tian sat on the side and started eating. He tore off a layer of crispy skin and waved it in front of the queen. "Wow, this grilled fish is too good, too delicious. This fragrance is simply unbearable." Luo Tian looked at the queen and said, "You really don't want to eat?" The queen's body moved slightly, and she was about to take it. Luo Tian directly put it into his mouth, pretending not to see it, and said, "If you don't want to eat, then I'll eat." Smack, smack, smack. Delicious, so delicious. "You!" The queen was instantly enraged. Her two cold eyes stared at Luo Tian. She was really greedy. She snatched the grilled fish from Luo Tian's hands and said, "Did I say I'm not eating?" "Humph." Her tone was as if she was ordering him. There was no doubt about the queen's aura. The queen did not eat in small bites like a lady. She directly tore off a large piece of fish and ate it without caring that it was hot. Luo Tian was stunned and shouted, "Wait, don't eat, don't eat." The queen stared at Luo Tian and said, "Tell me not to eat, and I insist, humph." Luo Tian sighed and muttered, "What should we do now?" The queen said, "What should we do?" Luo Tian said, "I spat on the place where you just ate. Ah, you bastard." The queen immediately stomped her feet and cursed. She wanted to vomit, but the grilled fish was too delicious. Even if she wanted to vomit, her stomach would not allow it. She glared at Luo Tian angrily and even had the heart to kill him. However, this was not the end. Luo Tian scratched his head, revealing a silly look, and said, "My mother said that if a woman eats a man's saliva, she will get pregnant. Just now you ate my saliva, so you will give birth to my child, but don't worry, I will be responsible for you. Even if you don't want me, I hope you can give birth to my child, and I will raise him alone." Ah, the queen was about to flip out. She really wanted to kill Luo Tian. Very much. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before. Staring at Luo Tian, he gritted his teeth and chewed a few times. He realized that the fish in his mouth had already been swallowed, so he naturally took another bite. Luo Tian said foolishly, "What you just ate, there's also my saliva. Do you want to give birth to twins for me?" Do you want to die?" The queen's cold sword moved and directly pointed at the space between Luo Tian's eyebrows. Luo Tian, on the other hand, was laughing in his heart and thought, "The queen's anger is too interesting, ha ha ha." Ha ha ha, being pointed at by the cold sword. Luo Tian revealed a pitiful look and said, "It doesn't matter if I die, but the child in your stomach, the child's mother, you will raise them up, right?" "I'll kill you." The queen cried out in alarm and went completely berserk. The moment he went berserk, Luo Tian immediately regained his serious look and said, "I'll get you some water as soon as possible. Look at your black face like a little tabby cat." With that, he immediately walked out of the cave. It was as if what had just happened had never happened. The queen was stunned. She stood there in a daze, her brain unable to react. She watched as Luo Tian walked away, and then looked at the roasted fish in her hands. With a gulp, she swallowed her saliva. Just as she was about to take another bite, Luo Tian suddenly popped his head out from outside the cave and laughed. The bite you just ate also has my saliva. You want to give me triplets. I told you not to eat. But you still want to eat. You just want to give me babies. Tell me, how many babies do you want to give me? And do you really like me? Finished. Luo Tian kicked his legs and ran out crazily, letting out a series of happy laughter in the forest. Ha ha ha. If you have the guts, then don't come back. Humph. The queen was also stunned by Luo Tian. Seeing that Luo Tian had disappeared, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She laughed so hard that her body was shaking, and she was swaying back and forth. For more than 10 years, this was the first time she had laughed so happily. There are still updates in the evening. Old Cow asks for support. Chapter 884. In the evening. It could also be considered the last day of the bet with Wang Li. Luo Tian was still alive. As long as he lived until tomorrow, Wang Li would lose. However, the degree of realism of the divine void mirror was indeed quite high. Even the head that was chopped off was the same as the real thing. The key point was that he had a time limit, and within this time limit, no one would be able to discover it. Once the time limit was exceeded, the clone in the divine void mirror would completely disappear. Similarly, before Luo Tian's clone disappeared, he was unable to use the divine void mirror a second time. In other words, he could only summon one clone, and within the time limit, he would not be able to summon another clone. Marshall Mountain City. Spirit gathering sect in a courtyard. Blood hung from the corner of Hyena's mouth. His face was pale white as he watched the head that he had wrapped turn into powder, just like stone powder. How was this a human head? Wang Li's face was filled with anger. There was another person standing beside him, Wu Feng. His face was filled with disdain. Wang Li coldly shouted, "Hyena, I trusted you so much, and you treat me like this? What are you looking at? Using a fake head to fool me. Do you think I, Wang Li, am a 3-year-old child? Do you think my spirit gathering sect is a decoration?" Extremely angry. Yesterday at the martial arts practice field, he did not show it to Wu Feng but threw it to the side. However, who would have thought that Wu Feng, who had just finished cultivating, would kick Luo Tian's head away, and even laughed coldly, saying, "Trash, scram far away from me. It is my shame to enter the ancient world with you." This kick just happened to scatter the package. The head was gone, and what replaced it was a pile of powder. This made him extremely unhappy. In his heart, he hated Luo Tian even more, as if he had been played by Luo Tian. This matter quickly spread to Wang Li's ears. He was worried that his family would blame him for not doing his job well, so he hid this matter. Wu Feng was also called here by him to question Hyena. The moment Hyena appeared, Wang Li knocked him down with a palm, which could be considered as an explanation to Wu Feng. "Let's fight first." Hyena coughed a few times and said, "Impossible, I definitely cut off his head. Even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to play tricks on Elder Wang. You are my old customer. How could I, Hyena, offend you? There must be a mistake somewhere. I don't care where you got it wrong. I want that kid's head. I want him to disappear from this world. I want him to never set foot in Marshall Mountain City again. Do you understand?" Wang Li angrily shouted. Thinking about the bet he made with Luo Tian, he couldn't help but look at Wu Feng. If he really slapped Wu Feng in front of everyone, then the patriarch would definitely blame him. It was even possible that he would lose his position as an elder of the Zhao clan. Wu Feng's face also turned cold, and he disdainfully said, "You're at least a martial artist at the peak of the 4th rank of the spirit martial realm. How come you can't even take care of a piece of trash with a broken dantian? How useless! Why are you still a bounty hunter?" His voice was cold and arrogant. Although he was only at the 2nd stage of the spirit martial realm, his potential was limitless. Also, in less than 3 days, the entire Marshall Mountain City knew his name. They all knew that his talent was average. He was the first person in hundreds of years in the Marshall Mountain City. With his talent, he would definitely be chosen by a silver power. By that time, the spirit congregating sect would have limitless fame. That was Wu Feng's capital. He didn't disappoint the spirit congregating sect. In just a little over a day, he reached the second stage of the spirit martial realm. This was something that those disciples with low talent couldn't do in a few years. This caused a sensation in the martial mountain city. Hyena wasn't happy, but he didn't dare to do anything. He thought about what Luo Tian had said before he died. He frowned and said to himself, could it be that the kid has a doppelganger? Impossible. Even the most powerful spirit treasures from the lower realms can't be used in the ancient world. Does he have a high-rank spirit treasure from the ancient world? That must be it. Otherwise, how could he fool me? Immediately, Hyena said seriously, Elder Wang, Brother Wu, I'll immediately enter Martial Mountain. Before dawn tomorrow, I'll definitely bring his head to you. I won't make a mistake this time. Humph. If you don't see that kid's head before dawn tomorrow, don't come back to see me. Wan Li snorted and waved his sleeve. Hyena immediately retreated and looked at the direction of Martial Mountain. He angrily shouted, You bastard, just you wait. In the courtyard, Wang Li's face recovered and said, He can't even do such a small thing. I really don't know what use he has. I should have done it myself. Wu Feng smiled and said, There's no need for you to deal with a piece of trash. Even if he survives these 3 days, if he dares to appear in the Martial Mountain City, I'll kill him myself. I won't give him any chance. A piece of trash with a broken dantian. Killing him with one hand is enough. Luo Tian hid outside for the whole afternoon. Luo Tian really didn't dare to go back before she calmed down. However, in the afternoon, Luo Tian didn't stay idle. He continued to hunt the mountain wolves. His EXP increased by more than 200 points. He was 2/3 away from breaking through the 4th stage of the spirit martial realm. He returned to the river and washed his face. Luo Tian suddenly thought of something. Oh right, the White Wolf King also dropped a little wolf cub. I almost forgot about this guy. While they were talking, Luo Tian immediately summoned the cub. It was soft and fluffy, just like a puppy that had just been born. It was chubby and very likable. At this moment, it was still sleeping soundly. Haha, with this little guy, I believe that no matter how fierce the queen is, she won't be able to do it. As he spoke, he got a few big fish and a mountain wolf leg. Along the way, he hummed the hottest ethnic style and walked towards the cave. Walking near the cave, Luo Tian slowed down and carefully walked into the cave. He found that the queen was gone, and there was a pile of fish bones on the ground. There was also the half-cooked fish, which he ate a few bites and threw to the side. Is it gone? Luo Tian muttered. Just as he was about to turn around, a cold sword was pointed at his back. He swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, Your Majesty, don't use that sword to point at me. Usually it's men who use things to point at people. Don't be like this. Humph. You know how to come back. The queen's voice was cold. Actually, not long after Luo Tian left, she also followed him out to check the surrounding terrain, and then to see what Luo Tian was doing. In her heart, she was actually a little worried about Luo Tian, afraid that the scarlet heart poison in his body would act up. She didn't know why she was worried about a man. He was still a smooth-talking ruffian. Hooligan. Luo Tian giggled, his heart secretly relaxed, and said, I want to get you something delicious. You have just recovered from your injuries, so you need to compensate for some nutrition. Look, I got you a mountain wolf leg. The queen retracted her sword. It was unknown if she was moved by Luo Tian, or if she was hungry, but she said, I'm hungry. Hurry up and get me something to eat. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. The old cow was extremely grateful. Brothers, good night. Chapter 885. Delicious. Delicious, the queen said with satisfaction. Her mouth was full of oil, and she didn't have the demeanor of a queen. In front of delicious food, no one could resist it, especially this kind of queen. She was very satisfied. She had never eaten such delicious barbecue. She muttered in her heart, "So meat can be eaten like this. It's really delicious." A mountain wolf leg. 2 fat fish were eaten by the queen alone. Luo Tian only ate a little bit. After eating and washing her face, the queen's face returned to her cold demeanor. She looked at Luo Tian and said, "Your barbecue skills are not bad. From today on, you are my personal chef. You will do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare to disobey, I will teach you a lesson." Luo Tian said indifferently, "Are you not afraid that I will spit?" If you dare to spit again, I will sew your mouth," the queen said. Then she looked at Luo Tian curiously and asked, "Since you killed the White Wolf King, I felt that you were a bit strange. Your dantian is not complete, but you can break through. It is really strange." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Do you want to know the reason?" She was very curious about Luo Tian. One must know that for the warriors in this world, if their dantian was broken, they could not absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Only by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth into the dantian and then spreading it to the whole body could they break through the shackles and level up. If the dantian was broken, it meant that they could not absorb the energy of heaven and earth, which meant that no one could break through. But Luo Tian was able to break through, and when he was fighting against Lu Wang and the other 3, he didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Even when Lu Wang, who was in the 4th stage of the spirit martial realm, attacked with all his strength, he was still confident, although she saved him at that time. But thinking about it now, even if she didn't use her sword, the one who fell to the ground would be Lu Wang. The queen nodded and said, "I really want to know." Luo Tian said, "Then are you willing to help me? In the process, I will let you see how I break through. Of course, if you don't want to, then forget it." The queen frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" Luo Tian said, "Your Majesty, please don't have such dirty thoughts. What do you think I want to do to you? I really don't know what's going on in your head. If you're thinking of something and you really want it, I'll just have to suffer and cooperate with you." The queen's face darkened. She did think that Luo Tian would make some unreasonable requests. Immediately, the queen's expression turned cold as she said, "Hurry up and say it." Luo Tian asked, "Do you want to team up with me?" Ding! I've already sent a team request to the other party. The system beeped. Luo Tian didn't find this strange. Moreover, from the beginning, Luo Tian had taken a fancy to the queen's cultivation. If she could help him hunt demon beasts, then it would be too easy. Wouldn't his experience soar? Luo Tian's current cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the spirit martial realm. It was fine for him to deal with rank 1 demon beasts, but he was definitely not a match for rank 2 demon beasts. Since he had decided to return to Martial Mountain City, to slap Wang Li's face, to slap Wu Feng's face, then he had to have absolute strength. He had to let those people see. So what if they had low talent? So what if they had medium talent? The queen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I promise you." She muttered in her heart, "It's a good time to find an antidote spirit grass. Although the scarlet heart poison in my body is no longer a threat to me, it's still a threat to me. Furthermore, this brat is also poisoned. Although it's mild, who knows when the poison will flare up? With his cultivation, he definitely won't be able to resist this poison. Scarlet heart poison. The poison in the Devil Sky sect. It was specially made to deal with high-level warriors. Once poisoned, it was very difficult to remove. Moreover, it would always be hidden in the body and could flare up at any time, other than detoxification. Her strength had not completely recovered, and she needed some time to recuperate. The Martial Mountain Range was the best place to hide. The assassins of the Devil Sky sect would definitely think that she had escaped from the Martial Mountain and entered the Martial Mountain City. Ding! Team successful. Ha! Luo Tian was overjoyed and immediately said, "Then let's begin now. There are the most demon beasts at night. Let's hunt them together. and at that time you will know how I broke through. You can obtain the system's reward at the 5th stage of the spirit realm. At that time, the reward for the power of clairvoyance. When the time comes, I'll look at her. Ha ha ha. I won't be able to hide anything. My entire body will be exposed in front of me. Ha ha. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart. The queen stared at him and thought to herself, "Let's see what tricks you're playing now, humph." Half an hour later. This was the first time Luo Tian had acted so arrogantly in Martial Mountain. He released all of his aura and shouted loudly, "Is there not a single one who can fight? Don't tell me you're shouting, so happily come out now." With experts around, Luo Tian was worried that there would not be enough demon beasts to kill. Not long after, then a golden cobra shot out from a big tree. Luo Tian was startled. He immediately retreated and shouted, "Your Majesty, kill it!" The queen's cold and noble aura slightly moved. The cold sword in her hand slightly swayed, and the golden cobra was cut into 2. Instant kill. Luo Tian was stunned when he saw this. Wow, this cultivation is terrifyingly high. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 18 experience points, 1 essence points. That's right. It's higher than killing a mountain wolf. Luo Tian was very satisfied with the experience he received. After all, they were in a team, so he could only get a small portion of the experience. The queen looked at Luo Tian and said coldly, "How did you break through?" Luo Tian took a step forward and said, "Don't be in such a hurry, I will let you know. This is just the beginning." While they were talking, Luo Tian sprinkled the golden-eyed snake's blood all over his body, as if he was afraid that the demon beasts would not know that he was there. The smell of blood spread out in all directions, and after a few minutes, the surroundings became restless, and the footsteps of demon beasts could be heard from the dark forest. This attracted more than a dozen stage 1 demon beasts. After Luo Tian attracted these demon beasts over, he immediately retreated and hid behind the queen, saying, "It's up to you." The queen did not say much. She just wanted to know how Luo Tian broke through, because her brother's pubes was also shattered. She wanted to know how Luo Tian did it, and wanted to get a way to break through from Luo Tian. In the ancient continent, for any warrior, a shattered pubes meant that they were sentenced to death by the heavens. Her brother was a peerless genius. She didn't want him to sink. The first chapter was delivered.